Okay, I think we'll welcome everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 5:30 p.m. And with that, we do have quorum, with the exception of Councillor Morrison, who sends his regrets. With that, Councillor Stone, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement?
Happily. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred spaces, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stone. With that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the council meeting agenda dated July 22nd, 2024 be adopted as printed and circulated. Questions, comments, all those in favor? And that carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Okay. We're moving right along to our deputations portion of the evening tonight. And as everybody knows and why you're here, we have a few presenters who are joining us tonight regarding the project proposal from Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare. And we felt, due to the importance of this topic, with Council's permission, I am going to grant the presenters longer than their 10 minutes. So I would ask each of the presenters to please stay within a reasonable time limit as we have additional matters on our agenda this evening. And the reason for that, we had several deputation requests, but each of the deputations, there are more than one presenter. So I thought that in order to hear everything and all of the ideas from the people, I thought that was a reasonable request. Do I have council's permission? Good, I'm seeing nods all the way around, so that's great, thank you. And with that, we'll start with our first deputation. We have Bruce Kruger and Tony Vanderstelt, both from Save South Muskoka Hospital Committee, regarding the Mach 2 hospital model. And as I understand it, Mr. Kruger, you will stand during your presentation. That's great, and I think our staff have given you a clicker for the slideshow. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. Where's the slide? Right here. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Your worship, councillors, the reason I'm standing is I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and I couldn't possibly sit here because I wouldn't be able to stop crying or talk to you. That's the seriousness of it. So I just want to explain that. I appreciate the kindness giving me this opportunity to stand. Your worship, we're here representing Save South Muskoka Hospital Committee. We're an incorporated not-for-profit group. We developed because of a groundswell of opposition to what we were hearing in regards to the hospital and how dramatically it had changed over the years. Since it was announced back in 2015 what was going to be. We were very surprised when this changed. And it changed very suddenly. From in September, we still had a full 2015 model, and then by November the 30th, it was divulged to the staff at the hospital that they've developed this new model. And so as a result of that, there was quite a groundswell, and we developed into this incorporation, not-for-profit. We have an executive of 19. We have over 200 members, and we represent well over 14,000 that have actually signed documentation to support what we're doing. So it's a substantial amount of people that are upset over what is taking place. What button do I push here? Oh, there we are. Thank you. So anyways, we've also developed into organized subcommittees to study ALC, to study the transportation of patients, for the land usage, etc. So we've developed quite a good professional way of looking at this. And by the way, we come from all walks of life. So anyways, there was always a big urgency to proceed with this thing, and it was not divulged, by the way, publicly until January the 29th as to what the public would hear about how this model has changed. So the big thing was we've got to get this report in by March. It's got to be in or we're going to lose the funding. Well, we didn't lose the funding. And then we finally have the Honorable Graydon Smith has come forth, and he's assured us, yes, let's take the time, let's get it straight, and you're not going to lose the funding because of months here and there. So he then requested that MAC not go ahead with a motion to then put it into the next stage of planning. They refused. Within days, they went ahead and actually submitted on July the 2nd to pass the motion to go ahead for engineers and consultants to then properly look at their model, but it wasn't a model that the community wanted. And so that's why they were asked not to go ahead with it, as Town Council in Bracebridge asked. They did anyway. So now we've got them moving forward and spending up to $14 million, I understand, on studies and everything, when in fact that's not even the models that should be studied as of yet. So the Maiden-Muskoka model that they came up with, it is not acceptable. And as a result of what we've all gone through, there was a motion put forth and it passed, and it stated Save South Muskoka Hospital Committee has no confidence in the MAC board and does not accept the Maiden-Muskoka model. But we want to emphasize this is not a struggle between Bracebridge and Huntsville, or the North versus the South. We want to get it straight for everybody in Muskoka and up in Almaguin. And that's so important. But people have to just slow up and listen. We're trying to be the voice also of the doctors. The doctors, they certainly say that it is not acceptable for many, many reasons. And by the way, I don't profess to be into the medical field. I'm not. Probably any more than the rest of you are. But however, we do know when the doctors have got together, 51 of them, and say, hey, something's wrong here. This is not what we want. And so they feel that it's a real refusal of their plan. And they're also concerned about the patient transfer plan. They're concerned about the land issues. But most importantly, they're concerned about the beds, and that they cannot seek the professional people that they need in a hospital to properly operate. They did move from 18 beds up to 36 beds, and the doctors are saying this is not acceptable. We cannot fulfill our mandate as medical profession if this is what we're limited to. So yes, we are taking our guide from these physicians. And so as a result of that, we are getting into the local share contribution. As you know, Muskoka, and under the leadership of Jeff Lehman, he then has decided he would take a lead role in doing further negotiations through the district. But they did pass a motion, as you know, that in fact that they're not going to give the millions to MAC or promise it until such times as they approve it. Unfortunately, that was limited to October. I believe it was October, and then they would have to come back and re-vote again. It doesn't matter the date. If it's unacceptable now or in October and January, we've got to get this thing right. So Mayor Rick Maloney also stated, as you can see, hospital officials were putting energy and redevelopment dollars behind a model that is not supported in our community. And until such times, we're truly asking that it not go forward. But the other thing about this is some councillors at the district meeting, they said, look, we don't care what the end result is. We just want to make sure that the process is okay. Well, that sounds really good, except what happens if you design a bicycle, you trust all those people to build the bicycle for you, but it comes out with square wheels? So certainly you do have to take a look at it and have an understanding of whether it's acceptable and whether it's acceptable to the people. We're not getting the information that we require to make informed decisions. You people sit here and you look at the dollars and cents and you decide, okay, this is right, or no, this is not making sense, you know? So you have the information to make informed decisions. We as citizens don't have that privilege because MAC is giving us nothing. And so we've been basically begging them to give us the information. By the way, I just left a meeting with them at 3:30 this afternoon until about 4:45 tonight. We all rushed up the highway to get here. But however, we are at great odds in regards to the information they will not give us. They actually had a meeting where they passed that motion and they wouldn't allow a reporter to come in. The room was empty of everybody but three of us. And they wouldn't allow even a reporter to report on this. So we do disagree strongly with that kind of thing. And we've also said that there's muzzling of doctors. At this meeting just earlier, they profess that there is no muzzling, that there's misunderstandings and whatnot, but the doctors will not come out and talk because they're fearful of this. I've said everything that I want to say. I'm going to stand over there against the wall so people behind can see. And Tony Vanderstilt, who is a partner within Muskoka Lumber, is going to carry on. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you for the time and being open to listen. Nope, sorry, that's that one. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for being for making yourself available. So as Bruce has said, the physicians came up with a counter proposal called Care Close to Home. They submitted the model. There was a budget figure saying that was going to be $1.7 million over budget, so that wouldn't work. Further to what Bruce was saying about access to information, we go back and say, okay, like I just finished building a house. I sat down with my wife and said, we want this, 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 and this. And then we said, well, we can afford this, this, and this. How much is that? What can we cut? We're not able to get that information. I feel Infrastructure Ontario is not allowed to give that information. It's very difficult to make decisions to put other people at ease without proper information. So they rejected the doctor's proposal. And one of the main things is it's patient care. Patient outcomes is what the doctors, the over 40 of them practicing, have said. We're concerned about patient outcome. And without changes to that without changes, they won't be able to recruit. There's a lot of back and forth about yes, you can, no, you can't, new hospitals, new programs. If the hospital is not of a sufficient size in South Muskoka, it will be very difficult to not only recruit but to retain. Other doctors have already said that. Some that had said that they're going to have to leave if it goes too far. And we've just had a struggle with public relations. We don't have professional public relations people. The way things can get put out in the press is not always the way it seems. Everything that's come out has been rosy. When you actually do talk to the doctors, it's far from the truth. They're at great odds with each other. And I don't know if you remember a post a while ago about all the doctors and all the main committees have signed on and they've endorsed the plan. Well, that was a group of committees that do endorse by consensus, which is fair. It's part of the process. But then they pursued to put all the doctors' names down there, even the ones that did not sign on. They were part of the committee, but they didn't need to be in there. There's a bunch of games going on that we're unable to combat, and we just don't appreciate. All that, again, it's, in 2015 when Huntsville was having challenges with the hospital, Bracebridge came and helped and aided the way they could, and that's what we're requesting now. We urge you to pass a motion to withhold the commitment until things get sorted out. District of Muskoka has put some conditions on theirs. The town of Bracebridge has put conditions on theirs until we can get to a mutual agreement. More persuasion than we can offer is required, and that's what we're asking for. The decision of July 2 caught everybody off guard. Despite requests from Graydon Smith and Rick Maloney, it went through. we would ask that you would ask them to rescind that decision. And it's the clear, measurable, and material conditions to support the two hospitals. It's the clear conditions we're looking for. There's parts of this plan, the traveling, all that is not thought out yet, and it's pretty hard to approve a plan when it's going to be figured out over 8 years. It's a significant part of the plan. Who picks up the cost? Who does all that? And to make those decisions now seems very premature. And that's, again, the transparency disclosure of the funding distribution. Nobody has all that. And it's not forthcoming to us. So, it's, Bruce, I think you're coming back on this one. No, it's not. Keep the promise previously made by this council concerning 2 acute care hospital sites. That's when the proposal was made to the district, it's in their minutes that everybody agreed to, that at that time, the decision was, this decision will result in more beds at each location. That's what it says in the minutes. Now, we're not, equitable and equal are two different things. We're not saying it has to be an equal number, but it has to work for both. And when a bulk of the population said it's not working, there's something wrong. And so decisions, the process kind of needs to stop till more decisions can be made. So that's, I'll turn it back to Bruce.
Actually, all that I have to say is I want to thank you very much, but I do want to re-emphasize the fact that we just want all of the Muskoka-Algonquin healthcare catchment to have the healthcare that they deserve. We're asking for the 2 acute hospitals to be equitable, not equal, equitable. And we ask for your support on that as we gave support to you in 2015. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you both. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Tony, for your presentation. I know that you've presented, I think, to all of the other councils, and this might be the first time here. So it's important that we hear all of the arguments, no question about it, and why you're here tonight. I will ask, yes, Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. So back in 2018, when we were fighting for a hospital with 2 sites, the only thing we really were concerned about is how far do we have to travel to get help if we're in crisis. And the new model that's been proposed addresses that with 2 full acute care centers. As far as the rest goes, with all the complexities and variables, including future technologies, I believe we need to leave it to the qualified professionals. So my question to you is, do you or anyone in your organization have education in designing a hospital?
No more than counselors. With all due respect, I don't know your background, sir. I'm policing, okay? But the thing is, I readily admit, I don't know anything about designing hospitals. So that's why we rely on the doctors, 51 of them, to say what really is needed here. And we were astounded when we were told we're going from around 70 beds down to 18 at the time. It doesn't take a lot of education to know something's wrong here for being equitable and what is the needs. So the doctors have very, very clearly said, this is our needs. We need more beds. So that's the best that I can say, sir. I don't have to.
Just as a follow-up,
Follow-up.
yes. With all due respect to the physicians, they were educated to become physicians, not design hospitals. So I suggest that their information is anecdotal at best, and some gut feelings perhaps, but they don't design hospitals.
I'm going to refer you now to Tony. You've heard from me.
So
Tony.
through you, I can respect that. What I find interesting, because this comes up all the time, let them work in there. If I relate it into my own business, I go out as a manager and I have my people working at a certain task, and they can do it better than I can if I'm doing my job right. They need the tools. They tell me the tools they need. To say blatantly that the doctors should just work and not commit and not contribute to the development of all that, I think that's short-sighted. And to say what's down the road as far as technology, I agree. Things could be totally different. But when a plan is put in front of you that you have to address now, and we need to explain that to the taxpayer, it's not just the broad public. They're the ones paying for it in the end, part of it. They'd like to know some answers. So if we can get them the answers as best we can, then that's what we want to do.
Thank you for that. And I think also it's fair to say on that to follow on Councillor Stone's comment that, as I understand that doctors were involved, and I'm not saying to the satisfaction of your group, but doctors have been involved since the original design. So clearly, and that's important. I certainly echo that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Bruce and to Tony, thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming in and speaking to us this evening. I can sense your passion. I can sense your commitment. You want to create, you created a grassroots organization that will bring awareness to a very emotional topic. And I certainly hope, and I think I echo what Councillor Stone said, that I hope that your organization does have some sort of medical training or understanding on how to reorganize a structure like this, like the hospital. And you also need understanding of the ministry requirements, which I don't believe that maybe this grassroots group has. You say that MAC is a model that's not sustainable or equitable. And that to me sounds like an opinion, not really based on fact. From what I've read, and I agree, I don't have medical training and I'm just reading what's there. This model will support an entire region that will have 4 pillars of delivery. And we're talking about the acute care hospital, which is emergency department, emergency surgery, diagnostic imaging, and obstetrics at both hospitals. That's acute care. You said that there has been no collaboration with stakeholders. And again, with my limited understanding of what it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of time and investment and energy to understand all the workings. And I believe that right now we're on the right track and that MAC has done, so they've done the right thing. And I base my decision to not support your motion at this time, but to trust the experts and not to base it on fear or emotion, but to rely on those professionals that have been employed by MAC and who understand the system and not just, for now, but for many years to come. And I believe that's what the public would want us to do as a council, to trust the experts. So finally, this model for healthcare for our community is changing, and I want to be a part of that change in the years to come, to look ahead not just for the next 4 years, but for next generations to come, for my children and for my grandchildren. So that's where I stand.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Renwick. Yes, Councillor Schumacher.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Bruce and Tony. Being in the middle, I do see the Bracebridge side versus the Huntsville side. I know it's not about that, but I do have a number of constituents who will tell me that Stevenson 1 in the winter, you're going to go down Bonnie Lake Road because it's better traveled than it is to go Deer Lake Road and come through to Huntsville. So I get that they're traveling to the Bracebridge Hospital and want to be able to access both. That is the point of this. I'm in agreement with the hospital model because I think the travel to hospital is not the main point here. What I do, and I think we do need to hear some deeper aspect of it, it's 10 years down the road. I don't want to see family doctors lost in Bracebridge because I know what you're saying. In this model, it does look like family doctors will locate more to Huntsville than the Bracebridge model. And in the research that I've done, I've seen the same thing. So I think it's incumbent on us to make sure we have people sitting here from Burkes Falls area, from Bracebridge, from Gravenhurst, to make sure that piece doesn't happen. Because your care at home model should be about the family doctors. People shouldn't have to travel to their family doctor. They're gonna have to travel to the hospital. I have a kidney condition and I have to travel to Aurelia. That is, that's our reality now, and that's what we have. What I don't want to see lost in this, and I hope that piece is not lost, is that family doctors don't all locate to one area either. So that's where I have the support of you guys. It's not around the hospital model, but it's to make sure family doctors stay in the area they are. So I don't know if that's a model where we have to, because I don't know, and I'm not a doctor either, so I don't know what hospital privileges look like. I know back in I've born and raised here, and I know that there used to be the whole, doctors were fighting over hospital privileges in Bracebridge, in Huntsville, in both. And I hope that's not the case now. I hope it has changed and that the ability, if you're a doctor in Gravenhurst, you should have hospital privileges in Huntsville in this new model. that is the way it should go. It doesn't matter that the doctor also might have to travel 45 minutes to their work location.
Okay, in regards to that, the doctors have been very firm in the fact that they disagree with having to send their patients up here after 6 days and turn them over to a hospitalist, I believe is the term for the doctor that would then be taking over the patients up here in Huntsville. They object to losing control of their patients and their continued care and knowledge of the patient and their backgrounds. Over and above that, and I want to say God bless MAC because they did finally change the obstetrics thing, because my own family doctor said, I'm not even going to wait for brick and mortar to go into the ground. If we don't retain something for obstetrics here at this hospital, I'm out of here. So then they did make that change, which was well appreciated. But anyways, now there's so many others that are saying, look, we cannot look after our own patients. That's wrong. And the other thing is that we need, and an example that was stressed was internists, but we need specialists. We cannot sustain having these specialists at Bracebridge if we don't have the proper facilities for them to actually stay there with beds. Tony, do you have anything?
No, I think you did a great job.
Thank you for that response. Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock, and thanks, gentlemen, for being here tonight. I have some other things I'd like to say, but I'm going to wait till later before I get into that. But I just wanted to make a comment. I guess you guys mentioned that, one of the concerns was Bracebridge Head was the ability to attract doctors to Bracebridge because of the smaller number of beds. But the majority of all the tests and specialist type appointments are going to be, in fact, in Bracebridge. So I think there's going to be an ample opportunity for doctors to be in Bracebridge and the ability for Bracebridge to attract new physicians. Bracebridge will be the busier hospital, so I think it should be for appointments and daily appointments. So I think if anything, it might be easier for Bracebridge to attract doctors and specialists and less so for Huntsville.
Tony? Anything?
Yes, thank you. Again, we're taking our lead from the doctors. There's been lots of talk about collaboration, and you said earlier about it's very limited if you can actually talk to the people that were involved. That's the rub of it. So sure, a new hospital, lots of tests. The people that are doing the work to a person have said, we won't be able to get people here. There's got to be something behind it.
Thank you. Councillor Cluche, followed by Deputy Mayor Armour.
Through you. Thanks for coming, guys. Appreciate it. I kicked back a little bit here in earlier things. The funding. Now, our Honorable Graydon Smith said that it's guaranteed in there. I have yet to ever see guaranteed government funding ever. So I mean, I don't know how, and I'm not knocking the man, but I don't know how he came out with that statement to saying that it's guaranteed money. Yes, it is right now. Whether it will be in 2 years from now or 3 years from now, we don't know unless we get in the queue and get it started. I think as far as the hospital models, 10 years from now, 10 years ago, could you tell us what our hospital was going to be like now? No, you can't tell. So I think we have to come up with a flexible plan. And I think we have the basis to start a flexible plan for the two hospitals that's going to work. If you look at other places, a lot of closer communities, even an hour apart, something happens in one hospital, the other hospital does other facilities. You can't, we're too close to have same things going on back and forth. But I think we have to come up with in my opinion, a rubber band solution to the start, because we don't know what it's going to be in 10 years from now or when we get things. But if we don't start this soon and get in the queue, get the guaranteed funding, because we all know nothing is guaranteed funding from a government. Thank you.
We realize about the guarantees are limited, but however, in regards to this situation, I really believe that if we don't listen to the doctors, we're going to be in trouble. But keep in mind, sir, you say about in 10 years. Well, we thought we had the right thing 10 years ago, you know, and now it's all completely changed again. So at some point, we have to get a handle on this and go through with it.
Follow up?
So with the doctor situation, say we don't listen to the doctors. A lot of our doctors, I'm 63 years old, first time in my life.
You're
I'm
young.
losing my doctor on September 1st. So the doctors that are here now, are they going to be here 10 years from now? Yes, we hope so, but I'm sure a lot of our doctors are older physicians. They're going to be walking away. They're going to be retirement. You can't blame them. They all work very hard. So we have new doctors coming in, new technology. So that's why I'm saying we have to be very flexible. And yes, we can listen to the doctors. And I think the doctors have had their input, and they still could put more in thing. But when it comes down to building a hospital, services and stuff like that, we have to leave it to the right people. And everything is going to change so much from now until then. So we can't start dickering on stuff that's happening right now.
Thank you, Councillor Cluche.
Could I just clarify
Yes.
something on
Yep.
that through you? Just to be clear, yeah, I don't think Gray never used the word guarantee because I don't think a politician ever does. But with the two models, what we are not saying is it has to be two the same. We recognize duplication of services, and in the care close to home model from the doctors, that is recognized. What they're not asking for is all the services at both sites. Just that's what I thought I heard you say. It has to do with how much it takes to keep a person there so they can look after them before they get trucked up the road to Huntsville. Just
Exactly, but what I'm saying is, by the time this is built, everything could be flipped. All the surgical could be in Huntsville. So that's why we have to stay open-minded about everything here, and we have to move forward, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cluche. And for the two gentlemen, you can see that we're equally passionate up here. And I shouldn't say up here because that implies north and south. And it's just in our community, this is a very, very, very important issue that we've all been embracing and talking about. And you'll see after you, we have other deputations from local residents as well as local doctors. So I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Hello, gentlemen. Thanks for coming. You know, I really don't have a whole lot to say, but, you know, I think one thing we need to look at that, I've heard it numerous times, beds don't save lives, but it seems to be the argument's all about beds. But one thing you got to realize in Bracebridge with this model, it's going to be a huge economic boost to Bracebridge. We're going to see somewhere with 140, 160,000 patients a year, and they're all going to be spending money in Bracebridge. So that's huge for Bracebridge. So I think we need to look at the bigger picture and what 10 years is going to bring, or 12 years, whatever it is. But I do have a question. In your slide, you mentioned the land. What's the issue with the land?
Yes, we strongly have a viewpoint that the land has not been properly looked at. It got down to two sites. One was called Pine Street and the other is Muskoka Beach Road. It was a case of the town bought the property from Fowler's, and then they were going to donate that plus an additional amount of money. There was a company called Muskoka Royale, owned by Mr. George Chen, and so he at some point made an offer to donate land. And it doesn't matter whether it was a few weeks before December or a few weeks after, to be perfectly honest. They haven't even decided what they're going to build yet. So there's lots of time to get this thing right in regards to the land issue. But however, we're told that in a report, and apparently it was verbally agreed upon by a member of Stantec that did a study there, And they say it might cost between $50 and $180 million just to get the land proper for development. That's before you put a piece of cement in the ground. I don't know whether that's true or not. We were just at this meeting today, and MAC has assured me that that's not correct. They're saying that it is, but on the other hand, they said that Stantec actually verbally stated this. So it could be correct. That doesn't matter. The point is, we have nothing to judge anything on in regards to this. Now, let's say that and at a meeting that I was at with Maureen Miller, the chair of MAC, previously, when I brought this issue up, it was a case of, all this land has to be changed over and it's going to cost upwards of $180 million. And she said, no, we're only going to get the land developed that we need now. Well, that sounds pretty good, but what about the future growth? You got to keep in mind, the reason that we have 40 acres assigned is because that was the amount of land that the ministry now insists for these kind of builds that you must have 40 acres on it. So having said that, if according to the chair of MAC that they're only going to develop just what they need for now, well then what about the rest of that 40 acres? And what is it going to cost in 10, 15, 20 years down the road to build on this quarry or gravel pit, whatever it's called? But now go back to Mr. Chen. He has said, I will donate $10 million and I will donate all of the land, which apparently is worth $10 million. So why wouldn't we be looking at that?
So I'd, if it's okay with Deputy Mayor Armour, if you wouldn't mind, I'd rather not go down that track because it's a lot of detail that, in fact, I don't think anyone around this table has the correct information, and we haven't spent hours on that particular thing. There are a lot of theories out there about that, and I'd rather not spend time speculating.
I agree. I just leave it that I wish that the report would be released.
Right,
Period.
okay, thank you. Is it? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks both for coming and sharing with us. I know how much effort's gone into your research and your passion representing your communities and trying to do what's best for all the communities involved. I think for me, it comes down to all the information and misinformation. So it's very hard to make a decision. What are the facts? And I think we all can agree on what the facts are at any given point. We think they're facts, but they're not. What I see is a broken model in healthcare, and what they're trying to do is move forward and fix that broken model. Whether they're going to get it 100% right, I don't think that exists in our world today. Seems to me to be steps are being made in the right direction, and there's always going to be people that aren't happy with the decisions that are made on our behalf. So at this point, I don't think I can support the motion. It just seems like the process is far enough in and seems to be stable in its course. So that's how I feel about it.
The motion you're referring to is the one presented by okay. Thank you for that. Before I thank you again for coming, I had one quick question, and that was going right back to Councillor Stone's comment about trusting the medical community and the experts who are working on this model. And your reference was, we don't have the expertise either. No kidding. But I understand that you supported the motion that was at District Council last week, which ensures that District Council will be in a position to approve the model. So I wonder how you square that, because you're asking a group of politicians to approve.
Will I get back to my bicycle with the square wheels? Okay. At some point, yes, you have to have some understanding that you're getting really something that's going to be reasonable, supported by the doctors and professionals within reason. As you say, everybody's not going to agree on this thing, but let's at least get the other half of the district involved in agreement with this. And all that I can say is that, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, part of that resolution was that there would be more involvement from Chair Lehman and in ongoing discussions. So another voice to try to get in and sort it through. I think that's a key issue. That's a key part of that motion.
We think he's going to be a big leader in this.
Which is interesting because we actually only inserted that. That wasn't in the original motion.
Correct.
Right,
Yeah,
so, yeah.
part of the amendments. Yeah.
Okay, much appreciated. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you very
All
much, Council.
All right, so with that, we're going to deputation number 2, and we have several individuals who are part of this group. And so we have Karen Terziano, past Huntsville Mayor, Claude Dowdy, past Huntsville Mayor, Hugh McKenzie, past Huntsville Mayor, as well as Rod Ward, Mayor of Armour Township. So if you wouldn't mind, this is unusual, but we'd love all 4 of you to come up because you are part of one deputation. And I believe we're starting with you, Your Worship, Ms. Terziano. Which worship? It's like that whole thing. Which worship's going first? Which worship? It's a bit unnerving, isn't it? Which worship? Whatever order works. Whatever order works. We just want to say thank you for coming tonight. You all know more than any of us how important this issue, and as you can see, we're all really engaged. So,
Charge for pictures.
do you? Exactly. This is so uncommon. I know. You should. You should. So I believe we're starting with you, Ms. Terziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Thanks for allowing us here today. I'm gonna repeat what you just said. I'm here with former mayors McKenzie and Dowdy and Mayor Ward. And we're here to lend our support to your decision to support the MOC model, and your decision to commit to the local share. Hospital discussions, opinions, disagreements, they've been going on for over 20 years. There's never going to be 100% agreement on a model. There's never going to be 100% agreement between doctors. There's just never going to be 100% agreement, so it's time to get on with it. One of the things I noticed in Mr. Kruger's presentation is he wants this council, to keep a promise made by resolution in 2015, which happens to be a resolution made when I was on the council. But if my recollection's right, that resolution was in opposition to a single hospital in Muskoka. So I think it's time to maybe leave the past in the past and move on to the future. What we have before us right now are 2 sites with full emergencies, ICUs, obstetrics, day surgeries, long stay surgeries, and much more. I don't know enough about hospitals to list them all. We won't have everything in both sites, but we will have a bigger and better emergency in both sites, better acute care in both sites, better equipment, and in all likelihood, no, I won't say better doctors because there's some here, but probably more doctors and doctors that continue to train. We're just going to have more. The cost of healthcare prohibits us from continuing with a model that duplicates services. With all due respect to Graydon's statement that we will not, with all due respect to Graydon's statement that we will not lose our funding, I hope that's true, but I'm not actually willing to risk it. When I was in your shoes sitting on this council, I sat with the Minister of Health on many occasions, the most recent being when the minister assured us that should we not be able to raise and commit to the local share, there are indeed communities behind us that are ready. So I don't believe there's any guarantee on that funding. Healthcare will continue to change between now and when the first shovel hits the ground, and it's inevitable that the model before us will change as well. We just need to roll with it. This council made a decision to commit to the local share and to look forward. Don't second guess your decision. You're spot on. Again, we will never get 100% agreement, but we do have $1 billion opportunity to have so much more in healthcare in both Huntsville and Bracebridge than we have today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I believe, I think his former worship, is that his former worship? Dowdy.
There's something doesn't sound right about
It doesn't quite. I should have practiced.
Good to be with all of you in this space, having spent a bit of time here. I just want to give a little longer view of some of the history of healthcare in Huntsville, as well as population density. I'll touch on the population piece first. It's interesting to note over the long view, over the last 15 years of the numbers that are available, Huntsville has grown 50% more than Bracebridge has grown in terms of the delta. And so that speaks to a larger area. As well, one must remember that Georgian Bay, although it's included in the catchment area, doesn't use the hospitals in Muskoka. When I was mayor, I met with Larry Braid, who was the mayor then in Georgian Bay, and we were dealing with some other matters, but he made it very clear the drive to Midland was less than half as long as the drive to get to Bracebridge. Even Aurelia down Highway 12 was closer to the fact, and I just Googled it, and it's like less than half the time to get to Midland. So there's some numbers there that if one is to look at the analysis of, okay, what's the population look like? And now that there is no Berks Falls Hospital and our catchment goes quite a bit further north, those need to be taken into consideration and not forgotten along the way in terms of, patients from, halfway to North Bay have to go to Bracebridge to get diagnosed and then maybe back to Huntsville. So that's a complicated piece. The other thing that I'll give you a little of my personal history. So I came here in 71 and practiced dentistry, and I did oral surgery cases in the hospital under general anesthetic in the old hospital in the 70s. And then by the end of the 70s, we were in the new hospital. And I was just recently in the hospital for other reasons that went quite well. That's all good. But what was really interesting is how they've changed the use of the spaces so significantly within our hospital. Spaces that were, on the second floor on the west wing were wards, and they're now offices. Where the administration used to be is now where the CT scan is. And rooms that we use to do cases in the hospital aren't used for that anymore. And I think what will happen with good design is that they'll build in the flexibility to be able to roll with the changing mores of medicine. And so that's another factor that needs to be kept in mind in all of this. It isn't, set in stone when they build it. They'll have to move things around over time. We've got a 40-year-old hospital now that's still, in my mind, working exceptionally well. Clearly things have changed and there's more need for more diagnosis and that sort of thing, but I was in there on the long weekend and they managed themselves very well. And a good neighbor of mine's a surgeon, and he said, it isn't the building, it's the staff. And we've got a phenomenal staff in our hospital. And I echo those comments to the nth degree. What they did on the long weekend, having watched what went on for 12 hours, it was just mind-boggling. They're phenomenal. And that's the strength that we've got. So those are just some other thoughts around hospitals, how they get designed, how they get built. It's not a cast in stone. They can't do it that way. They've got to have flexibility in their designs. And it may not be perfect 20 years later, but we've got a great site. If they need to add another addition or whatever, they can. So we're a long way ahead on those counts. So I've waxed on.
Thank you very much. And here I granted everybody at least 10 minutes, and look at you, you're just going right through. Thank you. Mr. McKenzie.
I don't think I'll be 10 minutes. Thank you, Your Worship, and very good to see everyone here tonight. I just want to do a little recapping on some of the sort of key issues. And I think The first one is that we need to remember that the Huntsville Hospital site is not just for Huntsville. There's a catchment area from almost Whitney, but certainly Algonquin Park, through most of Lake of Bays, through all of this community, and well up into Rod's area in East Muskoka, in East Perry Sound. So it's important to remember that this isn't just us that we're dealing with. It's a very large part, including seasonal residents, of Muskoka and Southeast Perry Sound. I think it's important to remember, too, that although some people are still carrying around signs saying that Bracebridge and Huntsville were promised 2 equal hospitals with full services, that's dead. It's as dead as yesterday's news, and there's no point trying to get back there because it's not going to happen. Instead, I think we have an opportunity for state-of-the-art hospital services in Muskoka. And one of the things I've been trying to emphasize is we should stop talking about 2 hospitals and start talking about 1 hospital with 2 campuses, because even legally, that's what we have at the moment. See, and from that point of view, because we're being offered something that communities of more than 500 million don't have, we ought to be paying very careful attention to how long that offer is going to be on the table. And there's been a lot of discussion tonight about politicians, and I have my own views on some of them. But the fact remains is that there has been a $1 billion commitment made to this community, and the sooner we deal with it, the more likely it is that we're going to be able to take advantage of it. I also think there's a need, for that reason, for a very quick resolution of any outstanding, and there are outstanding issues, as the political window, I believe, is relatively short. There could be an election as early as next year. And I also think that it's important, notwithstanding that they have sort of become the bad guys in this picture, it's important, the importance of working with MAC in the province and the importance of keeping rhetoric down has never been more important than it is right now. We're at a point where things could fall apart very quickly or come together, as Graydon Smith has said, very quickly. Speaking of Graydon, I will mention that it's correct that he was concerned with MAC's release of agenda that suggested that they were going to approve the plan without having really consulted him. But that has been interpreted as Graydon saying that he's in favor of the position of one municipality, which is Bracebridge. And that's not correct. Graydon has made it very clear that he wants a plan that works for both North Muskoka and South Muskoka. And when we keep hearing about 51 doctors supporting the Bracebridge plan, the Bracebridge concerns, I believe that's correct. But I also think it's a fair question to ask how many of those doctors actually have privileges in the South Muskoka Hospital. And I also think that people that think either community is just getting everything that they want, I think you need to remember that those of us in Huntsville will be making sacrifices too. I have, in the last 6 months, had to go to the Huntsville Hospital for x-rays or something like that 7 times. I'm 5 minutes from that hospital. When this is done, if it's done, I will be 35 minutes every time I need to do that. And that's a sacrifice that people in Huntsville are going to have to make. So I think that there's concern on both ends, but at the end of the day, we don't have the time to do anything more than look at the opportunity that's before us and to iron out the issues that need to be ironed out and to get on with it. And finally, I would say that the 3 mayors you see before you today, there probably have been instances in the past where we haven't always agreed with each other, but I can tell you that we 100% agree with the support of this council for the max plan for the Huntsville Hospital site. And we hope that we urge you to pass the motions before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKenzie. And with that, we're topping it off. There we go. Welcome. And this one I can actually say, Your Worship. He's a current worship. He's a real worship.
So I do have a question about that, actually. I was put in the group with the former mayors. Is a message being sent?
They might have offered you an honorary membership.
Talk
or
to some of the
something,
folks
yeah.
up in Armour Township. So I'm actually here as the mayor of Armour Township, but I'm actually representing 10 municipalities in the Almeguin Highlands. So I'm the chair of the Almeguin Highlands Health Council, which is made up of 10 of the 12 municipalities up that way. So that's really the perspective that I have, but I actually have two different perspectives, and I'm going to start with a story. So this isn't about me, but I was involved in this. 22 years ago, I had the privilege of being asked to work on what was then called the electronic health record. So because I had some healthcare IT background, there were a group of about 70 of us that were put together to create the electronic health record. In this day and age, can you imagine not having access to your records when you went to the hospital, to your doctor, to the walk-in clinic, whatever? It didn't exist then. Every single healthcare provider was an island. Every hospital was an island. Even the links between Bracebridge and Huntsville would have been rudimentary network at best. Even the technology that was being used was in individual offices. It was not shared. The pushback that we got in trying to implement the electronic health record was massive. There was lots of public pushback, privacy, security, all those things you'd expect. And there was pushback from the medical community, including the doctors. It was a big change for them, and we understood what it meant to the way they were trained. Now we were introducing something that essentially was sitting on top of everything else they have to do. It was difficult. It was a hard thing to manage through. But in 2002, there was no electronic health record. Everybody was an island. 10 years after that, with a lot of work with the physicians, a lot of work with the medical community, a lot of work with the public, we built the data centers, the policies, all the technology that gave us what is today the electronic health record. Can you imagine at that point, say 2012, 2014, when it became real, imagine going into a medical student and saying, we're going to take that electronic health record away. Things evolve, things change. I was going to make this speech at district council if Jeff had let me up on the floor last week, because my concern with the resolution at district was not that it's a bunch of politicians making a choice about a plan. Everybody had made the comment in the meeting that that doesn't make any sense. What really doesn't make any sense is that whatever you vote on today, if that plan looks like that in 2032, then I'm going to be really upset with MAC. Because this model has to change, and it will change over the course of 8 or 10 years. This is just a starting point. And I think it was Councillor Cloutier who mentioned we need flexibility and adaptability in the plan. To do that, you need cooperation. We need the healthcare communities, all the communities to be working together on this. Up in the Almeguin Highlands, so the distance between Huntsville Hospital and North Bay is 131 kilometers. If you live in dead center of Almeguin Highlands, you've got a 65-kilometer trip to any emergency, to the closest emergency room. Whether you go North Bay, Huntsville, 84 kilometers over to West Parry Sound. We're not arguing the model. Actually, if money was no object, we'd say put a $500 million center in Sundridge. Put a third hospital in Sundridge. It's not going to happen. We're taking this opportunity as a chance to change our community and the way we deliver healthcare. Story number 2. 2 weeks ago, I was in a meeting with Dr. Sarah McKinnon from Sundridge, Tom Smith, who's a community paramedicine, somebody from Ontario Health. And Tom was in his office showing Sarah how, with his scope he had, how he could take the temperature of his associate, show lesions on her skin if they existed, give all the vital signs to Sarah while she's sitting in her office. So Sarah's in her office. She's got 2 people in the waiting room. The smile on Sarah's face, instead of having to go to this person's home out in the middle of the boonies of the Almeguin Highlands, after her day is done, 20 kilometers from her office. She's doing the site visit from her office, and she's still seeing her patients after that. That's where we're going. That's the future. So getting bogged down in the number of beds or trying to build a model that worked 22 or 50 years ago, or even today, is not wise. Mac has built a model that, and I gave this speech 10 times because I had to go to 10 different councils to have it. So either I was wrong 10 times or I misheard. My take on the model was this is one hospital, to Hugh's point. It's one hospital, 2 locations. Critical services will be in both. ER will be in both. All the other services will be centers of excellence, and they will be split between the hospital. That was my understanding of this all along. So again, I was either wrong 10 times or that's what I understood from the beginning. On top of that, I also understood from Mac that outpatient services are going to be, they have to be pushed out into the community. People do not want to be in hospitals. They want to get home. They want to be in the community. So this is where we saw our opportunity up north. We don't need another hospital. What we need is services in the community. This is what we're going to build on. The hospital, frankly, is just the starting point. So those are my 2 stories. The investment, this is a huge investment for a community, $225 million. So I know Graydon said that this is comparable to what something the size of, say, Niagara region with 500,000 people would get. They also have 500,000 people to draw a $225 million local share. We have 60 to 80,000 people to draw. So this is a big deal. But we've made that decision. We had these discussions at local share. We wanted to move forward. I don't care what anybody says, time is of the essence. If we don't take this opportunity now, it could slip away. A million things could happen between now and a year from now, 6 months from now, even 3 months from now. So we have to stay the course, understanding that there's going to be criticism, understanding that we have to work with folks, especially in the medical community, to hone this plan a little bit, but eventually we'll get there, and it will be a case of the whole community, all these communities working together to make it happen. There will be bumps, there will be problems along the way, but I believe that in the end, that's where we'll be. So I'll end my little speech with something that I did write down. Because I wanted to make sure that I actually did say it. My overall point is we need an eye to the future. By the time these hospitals get built, they won't look like what is planned today. At least they shouldn't. I hope we are adapting as we move forward. This means constant attention and adjustment, and most notably, cooperation. We need to start from where we are, keep moving forward, but first we need to start. If we are fully entrenched based on what things look like today, this project is doomed to fail or be a huge waste of money. Thank you.
Wow. I want to thank all 4 of you. I feel like in many respects, and I will turn it over to council in 1 sec, I just, you've made, from my perspective, when we do discuss our motion, a lot easier because you've made the arguments that are so cogent and so clear, and we're starting to be echoed around the table with respect to healthcare is changing. The model's not perfect, but you know what? And to your point, Your Worship, if the model is exactly the same in 10 years from now, then they're not probably doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's changing, and that's a good thing, because as medical students come out of university, they have new expectations of what the latest and the greatest. And I also think, going back to one of the references that I think, to your point, Your Worship Dowdy, that the excellence of our current healthcare providers. And if we don't move on this model, then we won't be able to retain those and keep them coming. So I think that is, all of the points you raised were really critical from my perspective, but some really very, very important. With that, I will ask council if there are any questions of, yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks everyone for coming. I don't really say much. I think a lot of people know my history. I've got 35 years in as I'm a retired paramedic. Worked here in Muskoka for 35 years. And over my 35 years, I've seen healthcare go almost from the horse and buggy to an ambulance running down the road with 2 paramedics in it. And through my career, I transported people all across Muskoka to Aurelia, to Barrie, to Toronto. If I think back to the original CT scans, we used to pick a patient up in Huntsville or Bracebridge, drive to Toronto, sit with that patient, have the CT scan, and drive all the way back to Huntsville with that patient. Gone for an entire day. You lost an ambulance. We now have a CT scan too in Muskoka. So those transfers are gone. Or you're going to have an MRI soon. Those transfers are gone. So healthcare, we have to change with healthcare. Artificial intelligence, it's all going to come into play. And the hands-on care is not there like it used to be. Doctors can phone a patient. They have teleconferences now, and they do medical things through technology. So we need to move ahead. We need to get this plan going. And sooner we get some shovels in the ground, I think better for everybody in Muskoka. And Almaden.
So thank you for that. Would this be a good time we do have 2 additional presenters. So, but I have to move a motion in order to allow them to come forward.
Can we go?
Do I have to dismiss you?
No, I didn't know whether there were more
Well,
questions.
I think that I didn't, sorry, maybe I cut it too short. My apologies. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So a wealth of knowledge and experience here at the table. It seems it's unprecedented for me to see so many former mayors and a northern mayor here. You bring so much to the table, and you are highly respected throughout the community and here at this table. Thank you so much for being here. It really empowers us that we are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Not so much a question, but just a comment is more that, again, I don't have Dan's experience in healthcare, but I think I've said before, my grade 1 trip was to the brand new Huntsville Hospital. I was born in Fairburn because that was the hospital at the time. And then my grade 1 trip was to the brand new hospital. Just recently, my Rotary group did a new tour through the hospital, and just to see the changes. And to Mayor Alcock's point, the new staff coming in, so the old machines where you have to kind of move and make the patient move, they don't want to use those ones. The new doctors coming in, and that they want the ones that you just push the buttons and it all works for itself kind of thing, right? So that is the new technology, right? That is what we want to see our hospitals develop and grow with us over the years, as I have grown over the number of years here.
Thank you for that, Councillor Schumacher, and thank you, Councillor Stone, for saying probably what I should have said. I know. Thank you to this group. Most appreciated. So with that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the rules of procedure relating to notice for the addition of 2 invited presentations on the agenda be suspended to allow presentations from the following individuals: Dr. Melanie Marr and Dr. Deborah Harold. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. So, Doctors Marr and Harold, welcome. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you for having us.
And sitting through all of that. And thank you for being here. Should I
Thanks for
turn it
having
over
us.
to you? Dr.
Sure.
Marr?
I had written all these notes, and then these guys came and talked and basically said everything we were going to say. So, but that's great. I mean, I think essentially Dr. Harold and I came not to talk about the specifics of a plan, but just to leave that kind of, as Councillor Stone said, to the experts. You know, we are clinicians. We, as you said, are trained to look after people, not to develop a hospital plan. And I think it's important that we leave that to people who have the experience to do so, and we do our job, and we trust it. The consultants who have been doing this for over 40 years know what they're doing. So between Dr. Harold and I, we've been practicing for over 20 years. We've, you know, ourselves and the physicians that we represent cover all areas of medicine. So we have a good idea through community practice, through inpatient care, long-term care, palliative care, OB, emerge, sports medicine, chemotherapy, that we have a good understanding clinically of what's needed for our patients. There have been some very strong voices and opinions that have been in the media, and our purpose of coming here today is so that you as town council understand that there is a large group of physicians who are in support of this plan moving forward. And there's three sort of common themes that our physician group has relayed. And so I just wanted to put those out, which have been already discussed today. And that first one is that we cannot do status quo. It's not an option. The second is that we have a need now and an opportunity to be really innovative in planning for the future of our healthcare. And the third is that in Muskoka, we have a unique position to use our greatest asset, which is our ability to access a really core dedicated team of not only healthcare professionals, but as municipality as well, and our community partners to develop a really good plan. In terms of, what our current challenges are, I think everyone understands that our current system is overburdened. We see an increasing number of patients with very complex healthcare needs. And I forget who said, our population is growing so quickly that the demands on clinicians is difficult every day. Our current model is insufficient to provide the best quality of care, both in the hospital and out of the hospital. It's difficult for our clinicians who have to work more hours, cover services that are not in their areas of expertise, and continuously shift to meet constant staffing challenges. The level of burnout is really high, and every day we risk losing people. More importantly, remaining status quo is failing our patients. On a daily basis, we see our patients who are in emerge, on a stretcher for days with dementia. That's not where they should be. We have people waiting longer periods of time for specialized services like orthopedics, and patients who have to travel out of the community for rehab services and higher level of ICU. This opportunity to do hospital planning and development gives us that opportunity to be innovative and creative with this future planning of the hospital. And so we need to think outside the box. We need to think about what we anticipate the needs to be and not be focused on what our current work practices are like. And I think one of you alluded to that already. How Dr. Harold and I work today is not how things are going to be in 10 years from now. And we need to recognize that, how we do inpatient care is going to be different in 6 months from now than in 10 years from now, and to not expect that people coming in 10 years are going to want the same things as we have today. Offering the regionalized health services will allow us to give more comprehensive care closer to home for all Muskokans. So having a higher level ICU means we don't have to transfer to Orillia and Barrie. We have more improved rehab services, which will hopefully attract physicians with more specialized geriatric services as well, and providing more diverse outpatient and surgical services like gynecology, plastics, and orthopedics. And if we can do that, if we can offer a system that offers a variety of these comprehensive services, we feel that this will strongly attract more physicians to the community. We already are an attractive place to be, and having the diversity of services between both sites allows us to attract all kinds of different providers, and I think that's a huge asset. Huntsville and Bracebridge sites already operate a little bit differently in how they provide inpatient care, and so people who want to practice a certain way go here, and others go to a different site, and that's an asset. And I think having different services in different hospitals allows that. We already know that locums coming to work in Huntsville and Bracebridge now don't want the same things that Dr. Harold and I started with. A lot of them don't want a community practice, unfortunately. A lot of them want to just do hospitalist, and that's an asset to be able to provide a center that really provides a robust hospitalist service and inpatient care. I think also that, when we think to the future, we're hopefully going to see some very significant changes in primary care and preventative care. And so if we are able to do that, as we're starting to see those changes now, putting more focus on recruitment of family physicians and that kind of thing, that will change how hospital services are provided. Hopefully we're doing a better job in the community and less requirement for inpatient care. So all of those anticipated changes in how many patients we're going to see, what kinds of things they're going to need in terms of care, how doctors are going to be practicing, all requires us to really think outside the box and think of not what are we doing now, but what do we think we're going to need 10 to 15 years from now. The third point that I just wanted to make is that one of the things that I always tell physicians who are interested to coming to Huntsville, and I believe to Bracebridge as well, as one of our biggest assets is the collaborative nature of our team. We are extremely supportive of one another, and I don't think I've ever been anywhere where it's anything like it. And I feel that way not only in our physician group, but in our community as well. We've worked together already, many of us, just trying to provide better community care. And I think that the opportunity for us to trust each other and to know that we all want the same goal for all Muskokans is what we really need to be doing to provide the best opportunity in the future. If anything to add.
Thank you. Deb, are you planning? No. Nope. All right. No, that's great. Hey, I appreciate you being here. I know that we originally reached out to a doctor that you're very familiar with, and he would like to have been here. He has been vocal, and I know he's off doing something we are so impressed with, off being part of the Canadian medical team supporting the Canadian Olympic team. So that's pretty cool. And I know he probably would have preferred to be here, but you know. But I have to say, we're so fortunate that we get you two. And just from my perspective, I think listening to docs talk about the model is so important. And from, you know, again, we've been all engaged in all of the discussions, and we have had one-on-one discussions, but to hear you tonight is just so informative, so impressive. And I have to say that with all of the presentations tonight, I feel really excited. I feel like I just want this model to move forward because of all of the good things that were said. That's, you know, anyway, that's just how I feel. And on this, are there questions and comments? No, we, other than thank you.
Can I make one comment now? I thought I'd have to answer the difficult questions.
Okay, so
Mel
answer the
said-
difficult question that wasn't asked. Yes.
No, when Mel and I got together to talk about this, that's exactly the sentiment. This is an exciting time. This current healthcare system that I work in on a daily basis is not sustainable. This is not okay how we are caring for our patients currently. We do have great staff and we work as hard as we can to make this work, but we cannot keep doing this. We need to think outside the box. And I gave great kudos to the MHC group for being bold and taking on a very courageous change and challenge that is going to not be supported 100%, but we need to do something different and we need to think outside the box. This would be a totally exciting time to be a new doctor in South Muskoka when that brand new hospital with outpatient clinics, and I could run a pain and symptom management clinic and I could just change the world for palliative care, and that would be so exciting. And it will be so exciting for a new palliative care doctor to come to the north side if that ends up being more of a rehab, ALC, you know, longer stays. That would change the face of what it looks like to die in our community if we don't have enough hospice beds or we don't have enough home care. This is an exciting time to offer new and innovative thoughts to how we do healthcare in Muskoka, and we need to just get on with it and get it done.
Again, thank you. And hearing that from one of our experts on palliative care is so, it's critical. And again, I look forward to when we have the motion before us, the business, the way we do it, the motion will come forward under new business. So it will probably won't happen for another hour, I would think. As we do have, I know, just letting you know, unless, you know, the whole group, this is so much fun being here. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Again, we can't thank you enough. All right. So with that, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break. Just toodaloo. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I think that was probably a little bit longer than a 10-minute break, but there you have it. We are still in deputations, and we are going to 6.1. We have Kelly Haywood, the Executive Director of the MAT Board with Explore Huntsville, and going to speak about the Eclipse light installation at Rivermill Park. And Kelly will be joining us through Zoom. And there she is. Welcome, Ms. Haywood. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
All right, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to Zoom. I'm out of town, and I thought it was next Monday. But anyway, it's great technology made it. So I won't take much of your time. I've been following your meeting, and it's been very interesting. I know you have a lot on your plate. Today, I'm just talking to you about the exciting potential of a beautiful light canopy that we'd like to install over the skating rink in Rivermill Park. I do believe there's a sketch that's been circulated in your package, which we can have a look at. It's basically 16 strands that would start at the band shell, and we would have some poles installed at the edge of the park, all doing so in consultation with your amazing team, as well as, we'd be working with an engineer and we'd be providing engineered drawings. The purpose of the canopy is simply to better illuminate the skating rink that we've installed in Rivermill Park last year. It was beautiful and in many ways very successful. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't as cooperative. So we are including this year to add a refrigeration unit to the ice pad, which is a very expensive endeavor, but we do believe that it will, significantly lengthen our season from November, hopefully, until March. We also only need to use the refrigeration units when it reaches plus temperatures. So for a great deal of time, it won't even be required, but, it'll make for better ice, better experience, and the light canopy over top will make it even nicer. So I will just leave it at that for you to consider, and we're just looking for your permission to make this installation. So I should also add that I have a letter of support that I'll forward the clerks from the BIA. I have consulted with Rotary and Festival of the Arts, just both verbally. We certainly, from a Rotarian perspective, wanted to sort of reach out to make sure that they didn't see any concerns with it being a donation of theirs initially. It is close to all of our hearts that it's the Ross Kerwin band shell, and we will honor the lettering and how it's presented to the community, and we'll incorporate that, work alongside again with your staff and also Rotary. And then of course Festival of the Arts, we were concerned a little bit about the use of the park. It can be left up all season, which certainly we're recommending it does, because I think it will add a lot of beautification to that area for concerts. It's interactive lighting, but it doesn't have to be used, and it's very high, so that people won't be able to reach it. We're not concerned about that. But if there were to be an aerial event, let's say, on ropes and those types of events, then it could be removed if need be. It's a bit expensive, so we'd like to encourage those types of events to take place outside of the park itself if possible. But I think it's going to be a well worth endeavor to consider for the beautification and activation of that space. And the band shell as well. So.
That's great. Thanks, Kelly.
Picture. I don't have.
We have the picture in our package. Is it possible to put it up? Maybe. Yeah. Yes, we'll go to questions in a minute. So we're not putting the picture up, I guess. Okay. So I will go to questions. Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I missed it, but is this coming down in the spring?
Well, as I said, I think the goal would be to leave it up all year round. in consultation with the BIA, we'll circle back to the Festival of the Arts. The only real reason you'd want to take it down is if there was an aerial event being used in the park, but it will be a beautiful addition to any evening performances in the park. It has the potential to keep that park lit for safety. There's a lot of benefits to it, and it doesn't need to come down. It has much like Kent Park and also the lights on Town Hall building.
And I'm assuming that actually perhaps the decision to keep it up all year round is something that could be contemplated further along in the year as well, right? To see it once it's installed, and I can imagine having that type of lighting would, in fact, there might be a benefit to security, because it having a well-lit park. There certainly would be advantages to that. I think I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour and followed by Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Worship. I was just going to mention the security aspect of it, with what's been happening down there recently with quite a bit of vandalism, and the fact just on the weekend being down there at the event, it was rather dark. A lot of people there, a great band playing, but if you left that little band area and walked away, it was rather dark, and you had to really watch where you're walking. So I think it'd be great for security.
So do I.
Sorry.
Sorry. No, go ahead, Kelly. Yep.
I should also mention that all costs associated with the installation, the maintenance, in every aspect would be ours, except for the small amount of power usage that we'd be requesting, which of course they're all LED lights and they'd only be on for short periods in the evening. Otherwise, if there were to be vandalism to the lights, anything like that, we would be looking after that.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Councillor Schumacher, and then
mostly-
followed by Councillor Clute.
You addressed my concern, Kelly, which was that you are working with the Rotary, because I would not want to see it impact that great sign that they did for Ross. So as long as you're making sure that you're working hard with them, I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten to that phase because we haven't worked with the engineers yet, but I've already talked to them, but we'll be working very closely with them as we progress, for sure. I wouldn't dare.
Okay. Wise. You're a wise woman. Councillor Cluche, followed by Councillor Renwick.
Through you, nice looking job, Kelly, like designed well, but I'm just worried, did we ever come up with the parking spots along that side where that one pole is close to the road?
Okay.
We were talking about parking to the pole, parking past the pole might have to be moved. I don't know if anything ever came out of that for the BIA parking.
It sounds like maybe there's still some outstanding
Well, yeah,
logistical issues. Is
Yeah,
that-
and that's just because if that pole has to be moved in, it might change your lighting pattern a little bit more, or if it has to be moved up. I don't know. I think it hadn't been decided yet exactly, but I know that pole was into play. The light standard, sorry.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And sorry to Councillor Cluche, I don't believe that anything is happening at that point in that section. Back to Kelly, and actually, if I could say, it's a shame that we can't get this photo up for the people who are watching at home, because this really is a visual thing to see. And you've actually sort of superimposed it on top of the Huntsville Festival of the Arts snow festival that happens. So I think this is absolutely wonderful, and I think to what we were speaking about with safety in downtown, this lights up that area, but it also, and Kelly, maybe you can just clarify, the lights will be on for a certain period of time, but do they turn off at, let's say, 11 o'clock or, yes?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yeah, and we're certainly, there you go. We're certainly happy to adjust any timelines. We think 10 seems reasonable, but if there's concerns or complaints in that regard, I'm happy to, work with everyone. We just want to put lights over the rink.
And Kelly, when is the planned installation date?
It's a bit of a moving target with engineering schedules and so on, but certainly the goal would be to have it at the beginning of November, so that we can have it ready for the first frost.
Wow. Okay, that's exciting. I think follow up to Councillor Renwick and then Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. And just a quick thank you to IT for setting, or for Dave over there for putting that photograph up. Oh, so Jessica. Just for the people that are home, that's such a great visual to see, and even for people in the audience as well. So thank you for that.
Just another comment, I was going to say that you're turning off the lights, which would be good if we do a drone show or whatever, although I think we learned our lesson about drone shows in the winter time, that they don't work so well. So, yeah.
All right, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks, Kelly. That's a neat idea, I think, for sure. So just for clarification, the refrigeration unit, that'll be your responsibility, not ours. And where is it is it something that sits out there permanently, or how does that work?
So just when the rink is in operation, will the refrigeration unit be there? Otherwise, it's not permanent. But yeah, we'd be looking after everything in that regard.
Okay.
Does that answer-
I think it does. I'm noticing Councillor Clark is nodding, so nodding in the affirmative. So I think it does. I don't see actually any other questions. So Kelly, thank you for presenting tonight, and it's exciting. I think it's really. Hopefully, you'll hear back from the appropriate ones like the festival and others for their sign off. But I think it's pretty exciting.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, so we are moving to our next section, which is invited and ceremonial presentations. And the first one up is Carl Pahapil from Pahapil Associates regarding our audited financial statements. And Carl, I believe, is online and will be joining us online and does not have a, all right, sorry, Dave. Okay. Ask him to turn on his video. We actually can't see him. Are we? We're supposed to be able to see him, right? Okay. There he is. Hi, Carl.
Good evening, Council and your worship. Are you ready for me to?
We are, and we can hear you, and plus we can see you, all of it.
Great.
That's great. So, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's my responsibility to present our independent auditor's report this evening on the annual financial statements of the town of Huntsville. And so I can report our opinion letter, which is that we have audited the consolidated financial statements, which comprise the statement of financial position at December 31st, 2023, statements of operations, statement of net financial assets, and net cash flows, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the Corporation of Town of Huntsville as of December 31st, 2023, and the results of operations in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So it's a clean auditor's report again. I can certainly report that we were able to work very effectively with both Julia, your treasurer, and Suzanne, the deputy treasurer. They provided us with full access to your systems so that we could review internal controls, review various detailed transactions that are part of the audit process. And we were able to do that without having difficulties, or without identifying issues or errors or concerns, or without having to report any type of concerns in controls and your financial controls within your accounting system. So it's a clean auditor's report. I will draw attention to there's a paragraph called emphasis of matter, and this is simply there is a new accounting standard which you are required to adopt this year, and essentially what that does is you have to value your investments at fair value now as opposed to at cost. But being accountants, of course, when we came up with this standard, not us, but our Canadian Association of Accountants, of course, when this standard was created, we follow what they call conservatism. So even though you reflect your investments at market value, you don't take them into your operations or your income statement until you actually realize on a gain. So what's happened now, you previously were reporting them simply at cost. Now they are being reported at fair market value with an unrealized gain on a new separate statement within the body of the financial statement. So that's a slight change, a new adoption, a new accounting policy that was put into effect this year. And in the current year, you have approximately 208,000 of unrealized gains within your investment portfolio. The other matter was that Lakeland Holdings, in which you of course have a significant investment, Lakeland Holdings determined that they had some assets that previously felt had an unlimited life, and they now determined they have a limited life, and so they have written down those assets to reflect those assets being amortized over time. And so these financial statements reflect an adjustment for that write-down that Lakeland took in the current year. That was done on a retrospective basis, so your opening surplus was adjusted last year by approximately $487,000 to reflect that change, a retroactive change in accounting policies followed by Lakeland Holdings. So again, in summary, it's a clean audited report. It went very effectively, very efficiently. We thank Julia and Suzanne for all of their assistance. And that is my comments on our auditor's report.
Thank you very much for that, Carl. And certainly when you start with it's a clean auditor's report, that it's hard to question that. That's music to all of our ears. And when you mention there were no significant difficulties encountered during the audit, should we worry about significant?
Significant is the standard language, the standard protocol again. So I simply am quoting from the language that we were required to use in standardized reporting. We did not run across any difficulties. Just your team is very well organized, very well structured. Your accounting systems and processes are very effective, and we were able to work within that very effectively.
And we do understand that and appreciate it. I just thought I'd say that. So thank you for that. Are there questions from any of our committee other than thanking our staff for working with our auditing team for all of the work that you do? So, Carl, thank you for your report. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Okay, so we are moving to our next which I need to look at my sheet of paper here. I believe, that's not Kelly. The next one. David. We're moving to our second presentation in this section, and that's with David Tremblay, the CEO from Huntsville Public Library, also with Ray Love from the Huntsville Public Library Board to talk about library building needs. Welcome, you two.
Thanks for having us. There we go. Now the big red light is on, and I'm good to go. As I was saying, it dovetails quite a bit into some of the earlier discussions regarding community and needs and all that kind of stuff. And so we're also just circling back from discussions that have come up in the last 6 months or so regarding the library's building and that kind of thing. Oh, great. This is all new to me. I don't have to manage the laptop. I just get a fancy clicker. So thank you all for the time today, and from council and staff, and to have the library board come to speak to you about these matters. I'll start with this. Oh, wait, and before I go any further, of course, to those who don't know, this is Ray Love, board chairs, as Nancy, Mayor Alcock mentioned, and we have also a board member in the crowd as well who's here in support, and we have, of course, the full support of the board who's seen this presentation before bringing it here. So we'll start with this quote here. So the only thing you absolutely have to know is the location of the library, from famous and very well-renowned Albert Einstein physicist. So the Albert Einstein quote certainly hit the nail on the head regarding the community of Huntsville and how they have made the location of the Huntsville Public Library a place to know. We are coming back strong to reach pre-pandemic usage/numbers, and are on track to surpass our 2023 numbers this year in 2024. For example, we are tracking to be over the 2023 total visits at the library, which was 85,164, and will most likely hit between 90 and 100,000 visits. Pre-pandemic in 2019, we were at 123,000, but the consideration being there that we were also open more hours during the week. So we were open on Sundays as well. The Town of Huntsville Community Services Master Plan from 2022 projects that the municipality will be at a total population of 30,000 people by 2031. And currently the population sits at approximately around 27,000, including seasonal residences. Based on the Administrators of Rural and Urban Public Libraries of Ontario's 4th edition guidelines, which were revised in 2023, a population between 10 and 35,000 recommends a net library space of 10 to 35,000 square feet, which of course equates to 1 square foot per capita. Using this guideline and the population numbers of the Community Service Master Plan, the library space should be sitting at approximately 27,000 square feet. The library, including the annex, is currently sitting at approximately 12,000 square feet. Of course, this is not to factor in the projected population growth by 2031, as well as any future population growth. For further context, the town of Bracebridge, according to the 2021 StatsCan survey, is sitting at approximately 17,000 people living in their area. And the new library footprint in the Muskoka Lumber Community Center is set to be 23,000 square feet, which equates to about 1.3 square foot per capita. The challenge today is that most libraries were not built with contemporary learning needs and activities of people in mind. They were designed to host transactions for the delivery of the book to the patron. Sizes are determined not by how people would use this space, but by how many linear feet of shelving they needed to contain. Libraries built as recently as the 90s lacked the infrastructure, meeting areas, space, and electrical support for the computers and devices that today's users expect. Today's savvy users also expect more than the basics. They expect an exceptional, customer-centric experience. With more options of places to spend free time, libraries must live up to expectations and standards set by the private sector. No matter how many items in our collection, citizens will lose interest if the Wi-Fi is not lightning fast, the space is not comfortable or conducive to their needs, or the services and the space are not highly customizable. If libraries continue to be under-resourced, they will be underutilized. If facilities aren't current, customers will inevitably choose to spend their free time elsewhere. Additionally, if the design of the library space hampers service delivery, it thwarts the efforts of staff, making them work harder and less effectively to get results. For any library system, innovative efforts and progressive vision of the library team cannot be fully realized unless investments are made to make the physical library facilities work just as hard for communities. One little caveat on this statement, or the paragraph I just put together, read here, is that the Wi-Fi actually at the library is quite great. Ian's done some great work lately, and his team. The building needs of patrons, staff, and the library board. In Q4 of 2022, the library conducted a community-wide survey asking questions about the service and patron needs, including questions about the library building and what they foresaw as their needs within it. The library board in 2023 conducted multiple strategic planning sessions amongst board and staff using data from the survey as a jumping-off points for the strategic plan. During these sessions, the library board and staff, along with the community's needs regarding the building, generated a list of current and future needs of the library building and space. The following slides will cover the list, which has been fit into some general categories. This list does not include capital upkeep of the building, which will be coming in a report from Greg Pilling, which is actually slated not long from now. Space and electrical support for patron computer and needs and devices. So bringing the library into the digital age with a flexible space that enables the patrons to connect their devices where they are, as well as creating a dedicated YA and teen space. For those who haven't visited the library, to use it for sort of a relaxing space, whether you're on your device or that kind of thing. Any of the wall outlets, majority of them with the odd few that are in the middle of the library, are all along the outside walls. and it's hard to fit, enough seating around there and table space. And of course, a dedicated area for that sort of age group that doesn't have their own sort of physical space, the teenagers. Oops. Staff workspace. An inviting staff's workspace with natural light that includes room for growth to meet the future staffing needs. The current space is severely lacking room for staff to work, including storage space, and has one tiny window that brings in little natural light to approximately 3 staff, depending on the day. And when I speak to sort of like the lacking space for staff to work, I'm even thinking about our programming staff who are putting things together. The sides of their desk, customer service area, there isn't really like a good workspace, and on top of the fact that we have, staff cramped in to sort of small working areas. Modern tactile expanded children's library. So a vibrant, engaging, and tactile modern space that inspires children and caregivers. A snoozeland space that is multisensory, while at the same time relaxing to help reduce agitation and anxiety for patrons in our community who need those types of things. This type of a space would further open the doors of the library to all the community, a snoozeland space. And for those who don't know, those are people who have sensory needs that, or that might need a quieter space, or, something more engaging and tactile. I'm not an expert, just more knowing a little bit about it. This is something that came up quite a bit, outdoor space. A space connecting the inside of the library to the out, enabling the community to freely enter and exit and enjoy the beautiful Muskoka spring, summer, and fall days while at the library. Whether somebody would want to sit out in the wintertime, that's up to them if there was such a space. Creative and or makerspace. This is a huge catch-all, but some of the ideas that came up, there's a space that would bring the community together to create together. And so that could be anything from digital, as you see here in the picture below. Somebody's got their instrument and they've got a laptop, and it's a soundproof room, and there's probably recording equipment in there as well. So something to fabric arts and fabrication, everything in between. We do have a group that we work together with, and I apologize, I can't remember the name. Oh, it's I remember their first names, Mary and Terry. Yes. Sorry, I apologize. Who we've been so fortunate to have doing creative sewing sessions with adults and younger kids as well. So I could imagine a space that would have a permanent setup where people could just access sergers or machines and that kind of thing. So you can see here, it's nothing new. There's libraries out there that have that kind of thing. But we do have a programming space that we just move stuff in and out and work with what we got. Library cafe. This is something I would say more cutting edge in the last few years. This isn't my idea. One of our board members who's super keen on this stuff. This picture is actually taken from the Halifax Public Library. So it's a library cafe that's also a social enterprise managed by a not-for-profit that builds our community by helping people overcome barriers to employment with programs that offer work, life skills, and on-the-job training. And specifically in researching this piece here, this example of the Halifax Public Library, they actually work with local producers and cafes to provide the food as well. But again, there's that social enterprise aspect of making sure they're building up the community through this space. And of course, who wouldn't like having be able to have some nice artisanal coffee or food as well while you're relaxing at the library. The rest. I didn't know how to classify this, so I thought I'd just call it the rest. Not that it's not important. Washrooms renovated to meet the current AODA standards, furniture updated, expansion to the surrounding Huntsville area, floor boominess and sound baffling to help with noise levels, natural light in the public space. While we do have sort of what's called the solarium room and that sort of Friends multi-purpose room, they get a decent amount of light, but the rest of it can be fairly dark despite the beautiful wood accents that are already in there. Meeting and quiet study space is something we hear of quite a bit. We will work with patrons to close off the solarium when need be, and we do have another room catchment, but that's common. It can be commonly used for programming or rented out as well. And then dedicated library parking. I'm sure the town has heard lots about parking over the years. I'm not saying there was an issue. That came up, of course, in our survey. Why not? And then the last thing on the list, new building potentially. Oh, sorry, I didn't click through. I forgot. Not my fault with the animations. Yeah, you had to guess what the rest was, and I went through the list there. My apologies.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
yeah. And the last thing is, and a thank you and questions, but with that, the library board this time would like to go ahead with council's permission to obtain an architect to develop a pre-design / requirements report to address the needs outlined here that have been brought by patrons, staff, and board. Of course, if council approved, we would always be working with town facilities and staff as much as possible on that. But would like to kind of get the ball rolling and sort of almost in the same way that earlier discussions regarding the hospital, kind of get something, in the pipe for down the road, especially with the population growth and what we're expecting and where we're at square footage now. So at this time, I'd like to invite any questions of council and anybody else. Sorry, Ray, if that's
like to say
okay.
something. Okay.
Just as well.
Ray?
Yeah, just a few additional comments on behalf of the board. The building is 39 years old and it's showing its age. Unfortunately, it hasn't been as well maintained as it could have been. There are holes in the wall. There's duct tape holding carpet together. There's a men's washroom that can't accommodate 2 large adult males. And just walking over today, the roof also looks like it could use a new set of shingles. So we're looking for a minimum of an upgrade to the space to meet the various criteria that David has outlined. We did a preliminary sort of costing, very, very rough costing of what it would cost to renovate the space, and we're looking at something in the neighborhood of $4 million for a full renovation. And a new library building, as you know, we approached council about the possibility of having a new library in the building across the street that's yet to be developed. And those numbers came in at about $9 million. To put it in perspective, that's exactly 4% of the $225 million that will be spent on new healthcare facilities. That's for a brand new library. And for renovation, it's 2% of that figure. We're not looking to fix any broken systems. The library works extremely well-staffed, has an excellent children's program, is very innovative. And when I first signed on to the library board and brought some other people along, they couldn't believe the things that the library has to offer. So we're looking to enhance a building and a service that is already working reasonably well, but to modernize it more than anything.
Thank you both for your presentation, and and it's really exciting when you see all of those great ideas. No question, if we in a perfect world, that would all be there. I have been to a library in Clarington where they have a cafe on the second floor of the library, and it's pretty neat. A quick question though around the wanting to proceed with the obtaining an architect. Was it your thought to include that as part of our upcoming budget discussions? Is that where you've had thought?
The answer is a yes and no piece. It would be in discussion, of course, with the treasurer of the town, and whether or not we would put it in to dip in the library's reserves, during that budget year, or whether council would approve us starting that before technically the budget year starts. But yes and no.
Okay, so in essence, you're just putting it out to us now to say this is what we're aiming towards, but we still have to meet the treasurer and do all of that. That's
Yeah, I mean, we have an idea of what the library's sitting at with regards to the library's reserves. It'd be a matter, of course, coming to council for looking for permission to, hey, can we go ahead and use those reserves?
Yep.
Whether council would like to approve that within a budget year or, outside of the budget process,
Okay.
we're open to that.
We do have some funds in reserve that we could use for this purpose.
Yep.
And so it's just to get the ball rolling.
rolling. All right, that's good. I just wasn't quite sure. So, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming today. David, I get very excited when I hear new projects and new ideas for a building like this, because it is, I go in there quite often and it's always busy, and it's always, kudos to your staff for the programming that they're doing. The question I have is, there was a report done in October of 2018, and that was done by, I think they were architects, but they looked at the building. And I read the report, and I know there is a report coming to council on Wednesday in regard to the library and some of the things that are lacking. And yeah, if you walk by, you can see the roof needs to be done, and there's weeds growing, and there's lots of different things. The building is old. It's 39 years old. I would love the idea of building a new one, but if we were going to renovate, you're saying that it's about 4 million to do a renovation?
Yes,
Yeah.
those figures are rough. I'm fortunate enough to have two brother-in-laws that are architects, and so one of them gave me a renovation cost, just a standard renovation cost of a building that size, and the figure was 3.5 million. And 10% of that, or 350,000, is roughly what he suggested we would have to spend in order to do all the preparatory work before the actual renovation.
Your Worship, that would be my question, because in the report, it says it is good to fair, but there are lots of areas that need to be updated for sure. So the 4 million may not be it may be more than that.
Just a rough figure.
Yeah. The other question if I may, in 2024, there is $125,000 in capital to the library. And that's not for structural, what is that 125,000 earmarked for?
It depends what you're grabbing that number from. I know that Greg Pilling will be discussing this. I think what you're alluding to, the 10-year capital forecasting report of here are the things that will need to be addressed to fix the building over the 10 years. And it's like windows,
Yeah, I
carpet,
think
that kind of stuff. But I'm not sure specifically which number you're grabbing from
So
there.
maybe Councillor Renwick, we could follow
Bring
up
that
on
back,
that
yeah,
with
sure.
Mr. Pilling. That'd be great.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll ask that later.
Unless, I mean, it could be like the capital number we have also, there's a capital piece regarding our collection every year budgetary, which includes, and there's the capital, it could be for that, could be IT. So we have all those types of things. I'm not sure what number you're grabbing at there. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions at this point? Yes, Councillor Stowe.
Thanks. Before I ask my question, well, here's a question. Is boominess a word? Floor
How do you,
boominess.
how would you describe it? If you're to walk down the from one of the library to the other, the end of the library to the other, you really can hear somebody walking even at, yeah.
It hit the mark for sure. I just didn't know if it was a real word.
I understood it.
I think that's an official term they use in architecture school. Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure it is. I have no doubt.
So my question is, I know our asset management funds are underfunded, but how much is in the asset management to replace that building?
I could ask Director Frame or Director McKenzie, either McKenzie, Director McKenzie.
So there is 370, can you hear me? There's 370 set aside for the library renovation. And then there's also some other reserves set aside for other to be determined purposes for library capital for 270,000.
So the total is over 500,000?
Yeah. Yeah, almost. Yeah.
All right. Interesting. Okay, do you have?
Sorry, just one other quick question. How much would the architect design cost us?
Yeah. So based on, again, it was really just a quick email to get a professional's opinion. So the pre-design requirements can range, and there's a list of sort of what they would entail. It's not like the management of the project piece, which is a very large, expensive chunk of money.
Basically,
It's
this-
basically like
Ray, I think you said earlier about 35 to 40,000, something like that.
25 to 50 is what generally, yeah. Sorry.
And that's just to sit down with us all and determine what it is we want in terms of design.
And then, of
and
course,
what
we
have
probably
you.
might
Yeah.
get a picture and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
It'd be good if you got a picture with
Yes,
that.
of course, for
Like,
that
come
much.
on. I mean, come on, just one picture. Like one rendering, wouldn't it? All right.
I'll make sure that we can save
Yeah.
by getting my 6-year-old to draw people into it, so we can save on that cost, yeah.
So that was useful to know. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Just a quick question on the structure itself. Does anybody know if it was ever built to go up? Because we obviously can't go out, so I'm just wondering if it's structurally sound.
I was on the board when the report that you referred to was presented. And the architect at the time, a gentleman from North Bay, said, no, it is not designed to go up.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Just a couple of quick comments. So, in regards to the architect report, I just my feeling, but I would like to see that in a future budget for sure. And I think my preference would be to do it in the 2026 budget because we've got a lot of stuff right now in the 2025 budget. I know we're doing a 2-year budget, so it's something we probably could talk about as a council, but that would be my preference with it. Some of the things that you fellows mentioned, like the rugs and holes in the walls and things like that, I think those are things that are capital expenses that we can probably talk about earlier. And so that might be a conversation for another time.
Okay, appreciate that. And David?
Through you, Mayor, and to address what you, your last bit there, Councillor Clark, is that, yes, in those pieces regarding carpet, they're actually slated to be patched up and repaired for this coming year, and those types of holes in walls, Greg Pilling and his team are very diligent, and those pieces are being addressed along with that 10-year cost summary and that kind of thing. Whether those, as Greg will talk about, or in his report, whether those costs are exact, I mean, they're pre-pandemic, so yeah.
Which is in the report coming. Right? Appreciate those comments. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you both.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so moving along. We just lost Councillor Stone. Okay, thankfully this next motion does not include his name. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the following council meeting minutes be adopted as printed and circulated. Regular Council, June 24th to 2024, and Planning Council, July 10th, 2024. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries, and we still have quorum, so that's good. All right, and with that, and before I forget, because she's been sitting in the audience, and I just have a feeling that you might leave at some point. Before you do, former Councillor Fran Coleman has been in the audience with us tonight, and I didn't mention that earlier, and I just wanted to say welcome tonight, because I believe you said it was the first time you had been here in quite some time. Since you left. So that's holy cow. Right. So I would have been remiss not to recognize you. So with that, we're going to reports for information and meeting minutes. And the first one is 9.1.1 Downtown Huntsville BIA. We have minutes from June 13th. Councillor Renwick, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. And the minutes are before you. Just a couple things to call to your attention. Christina Clark is the interim chair of the BIA just for a little while. And the BIA is continuing to search for a new executive director. And they just wanted to express sort of the grateful help of in HR from Keith Duncan. He's been helping with the interview. So thank you to that.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move along to 9.1.2 Huntsville Lake of Bays Chamber of Commerce. Update, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you once again, Your Worship. So you have before you the minutes from May 16th, the Council from the Chamber of Commerce. I believe they are starting in January. This came through the chamber about presentation for funding to MAT, the MAT tax, which will be happening in January. And I think they're combining with looking at the festival and the BIA together, but that came through the Chamber of Commerce. So, things are going well. Thank you.
Good. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. We're moving to 9.1.3, Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Association, HMATA, the May 28th, 2024 and June 13th, 2024. It's received for information because Councillor Morrison is away. I guess that Councillor Stone, no. Okay, Councillor Morrison is away, so everybody had it as part of their package. Thank you. We'll move right along. And so with that, we are moving to reports for adoption. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the General Committee meeting minutes dated June 26, 2024, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. With that, we are going to reports from municipal officers, starting with the first one, CS-2024-10. It is with respect to the Huntsville Public Library building status update, and it's for information only. And Simone Babineau, Director Babineau, is here for Greg Pilling. Simone, over to you.
Thank you. Good evening. Greg was unable to be here, so I'm filling in for him this evening. So I'll do my best to answer all your questions, and the rest of them I'll get back to you with. But I'll do my best. The report is for information. In February of 24, staff were directed to bring back a report on the status and condition of the current library building at 7 Minerva. I'm here to report that the status of this building is listed as fair to good, both structurally and with the interior space amenities. Since the reports of Mitchell Jensen Architects, and that was in 2019, and the Tulloch Engineering, which was the year before in 2018, the facilities team has been actively maintaining, monitoring, and caring for the building through capital and operating budgets to extend the use of that building. There are currently a number of items in the capital and operating budgets for 2025 and beyond, as we're trying to plan that work to be done. One of those items is the carpet repair, and you'll see that coming forward in the budget. The report outlines some details that were shared from the 2019 Mitchell Jensen Architects, as well as the Tulloch. I'm here to answer any questions if I can.
Okay, that was a brief synopsis. Thank you for that. Are there questions with respect to this? I guess the most important thing is that it is fair to good as far as condition.
Correct.
And any of the immediate issues seem to be they're being dealt with through operating and where possible.
Yes.
All right. Questions? And it is for information only, no recommendations. So I don't see any questions,
Okay.
Director Babineau. So
Thank you.
You're off the hook. Thank you. There might be questions later at a later date, maybe when it comes to budget time. I think so. I think budget time. I think this is going to be one of those, especially given that presentation. So I won't dwell on it though, Councillor Clark. Yes. So we are going to move to the, whoops, I just deleted something. Just going like that. To the next report, which is 10.2. And Trevor Donald is here with regard to report number Corp-2024-38, Integrated Watershed Management Initiative. And we do have a motion. So it has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Whereas in the Muskoka region, water is one of its greatest resources, and the health of the watershed is important to the local economy and people that live within it. And whereas to build on the investment of the watershed management process and relationships with other communities communities and jurisdictions, the town of Huntsville would host a municipal watershed management workshop for the purposes of drafting a memorandum of understanding, MOU, that could have a profound and long-lasting effect to help safeguard the region from environmental pressures such as severe weather and flooding, while also improving the health of the watershed. Now therefore be it resolved that to ensure that the environment continues to be protected, the town of Huntsville commits in-kind resources, meeting space, equipment, supplies, materials, and staffing to assist with activities related to the hosting of a watershed event in Huntsville. Thank you for this. Over to you, Mr. Donald.
So through the mayor, I'll just provide some context. So looking at the recent rainfall event that happened in Toronto, we cannot forget that development decisions made upstream impact flooding downstream. The loss of natural habitats such as water-absorbing wetlands and forests in southern Ontario, as municipalities looking at trying to restore what was. The Muskoka watershed is unique in the sense we have an intact natural system. The ask of council is simple. We are asking for a commitment of in-kind resources for the facilitating of this watershed initiative. This project, if it's successful, will take the first steps in trying to establish consistent planning and development decisions at the local government level across the Muskoka watershed, which is an audacious goal. Partnership building will need to be long-term commitment, and with First Nation involvement, we will be able to apply the 7 R's of the Truth and Reconciliation Council Commission: respect, relevancy, reciprocity, responsibility, rights, reconciliation, and relationships. Success has many parents, and this undertaking and this project will be no exception.
Okay, all right. That was, look at that, just boom. Thank you for that. I think everybody knows I absolutely support this. We attended the first workshop in this regard that was held, hosted by the Muskoka Watershed Council, and involved 13 other municipalities and 4 First Nations. And there was a lot of momentum. Huntsville certainly was keen at the time to host the second one. And as the report said, there have been a couple of follow-up meetings. I think it's so important. And if we can get to this goal of developing an accord between all of those players, it really, the thing that will benefit most from this is the health of our watershed, which is really critical. So that's just my 2 cents, but I am going to ask Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Trevor. I know this is a true passion of yours and how much time and effort you put into it. And it was quite a learning experience going to the first training session, if you want to call it that. But I think that we really need to look around the table and our other neighboring tables where these decisions are made and come up with a fully integrated watershed management system. And we're getting closer, but it's an uphill battle and it's going to take a lot of time, I think. But everything's going in the right direction. And thanks, Trevor, for everything you do to kind of make us understand that, for those of us who weren't at the training sessions, and go to the next one if you can.
Are there any other questions or comments? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much, sir. I should turn on my mic. I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the Hutchison Cemetery Columbarium project in the amount of $120,000 be approved in 2024 at a revised amount of $150,000 to be funded through the cemetery reserve. Director Mackenzie, over to you.
Thank you. I'm here presenting on behalf of Suzanne Diller. So normally we do take this report to General Committee, but we did need to bring it to Council this month because of the deviation for the Hutchison Cemetery or Columbarium that we wanted to seek approval for.
Okay, all right. Are there any questions with respect to this? Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor. When I was reading through it, I read that we're our capital projects are gonna be just over $1 million lower than anticipated. So I got excited when I read that. So that's good.
Of course you did.
Yeah. So I guess my question, Julie, is because we're under budget on so many of the projects, are we able to replenish the cemetery reserve with some of those funds at the end of this year?
So I think in general, all the reserves generally need replenishing. So I wouldn't suggest directing it towards the cemetery. I think the cemetery, that reserve, we do have a big project in there with the columbarium that we've anticipated. So it was anticipated that reserve will go fairly low right now, but we still have plans to keep building it up in the future. Should also note too, just there is about $1 million under, but with the roads, it is showing that there's about 578,000 under. And the director has the authority to add more roads as we go. So you may see that number actually go down quite a bit because they add and get new roads completed, which is good.
Thank you for that. Councillor Clark.
Well, thanks, Mayor Alcock. I do have a fairly large list of roads that I'd be happy to give you a list.
In fact, I think you have a visit to. That's okay. We won't go there. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to be sure that this, the reserve, the cemetery's reserve, it will not go down completely. There's still $34,000 in that reserve, so we're not depleting it by. But this is actually a money generating. I hate to say it, but it is for us. So the fact that we're putting in an extra 30,000, the reserves will not be depleted. So I think it is something that we want to consider for sure.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship.
Did you know that this would elicit so many questions and comments?
No, she wouldn't have taken it if she'd known. I actually went on a tour with Randy and Tina, and we had a look at this location. And I think you're going to see some suggestions in bylaws and fees and charges that will actually generate some greater income from this type of investment in the cemetery. So that's it.
Thank you for that, actually. All right, I don't see any other questions, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, Director Mackenzie. And you are staying with us because I have another motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the investment policy statement attached as Appendix 1 to Report Corp 2024-40 be approved, and further that Budget and Financials 30 investment policy statement be repealed and Resolution GC 66-23 be rescinded. Director Mackenzie.
Thank you. So we do have to do an annual review of our investment policy statement by committee and council. So this is our annual review. We're not recommending any changes to the policy at this time.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Thank you very much for that. So moving along to bylaws. I think we have two motions on this one, don't we? Yes, we do. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the rules of procedure relating to notice on the agenda and the addition of items to the agenda be suspended to allow for consideration of the following four bylaws. 1, Bylaw 2024-85, the Clovelly Company Original Shore Road Allowance 48 Clovelly Road. And 2, Bylaw 2024-86, Con Original Shore Road Allowance 835 Stevenson Road 2 East. 3, Bylaw 2024-87, Labatt Original Shore Road Allowance 44 Clovelly Road. And 4, Bylaw 2024-88, Vanderlip and Campbell Original Road Allowance 73 Morgans Road. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Second bylaw, and I don't have to go through all of them. And thank you. The clerk is putting this one up so that I don't have to go through all of them. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2024-77 to 2024-88 inclusive be reported and passed this 22nd day of July 2024. And I won't read all of the motions because they are up on the screen and they are as exactly as they were in our package that was posted online, with the addition of the 4 that we just approved. There we go. So with that, questions or comments? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And there isn't a place for me to sign. That's okay. I'll just sign right here. There we go. Thank you for that. So we are now moving to new business, and this is the point where we actually are referring back to the motions, or the deputations that we had earlier this evening from Bruce Kruger and Tony Vanderstelt regarding their Mach 2 hospital model, as well as the deputations from all of our former mayors and the Mayor of Armour Township, as well as our invited presentations from Dr. Marr and Dr. Harold. And so I would like to just read our proposed motion that we can then open it up to the floor. So I have a motion that has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone, whereas Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare has undertaken extensive consultation with partners, communities, and healthcare experts to develop the current project proposal for 2 new multi-site developments, one in Huntsville and one in Bracebridge. And whereas the redevelopment of the Mach system is designed to meet the diverse healthcare needs of the entire catchment area in which it serves now and in the future. And whereas the 2 new acute care multi-site locations will specialize in different services so that the entire region has additional and enhanced services, which will pave the way for much needed recruitment of physicians, nurses, and other health and support care workers to our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Huntsville Council supports, in principle, the redevelopment healthcare model proposed by Mach. And further, that Huntsville Council also supports the ongoing engagement by Mach with all stakeholders in an effort to finalize the proposed current model for final submission to the Provincial Ministry of Health by the end of November 2024. So, I'd like to, with that, to ask Council if there are any comments or questions with respect to that. I'm going to Councillor Stone, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So as we heard tonight, we're at the finish line. We've been doing this for 10 plus years, hoping and dreaming. The province has stepped up. Mach has stepped up. We're this close to getting our new hospitals at both sites up and serving our municipality and in the catchment area in all of Muskoka and north of us. So it's been too long already. And I hear it from the public all the time. Let's get on with it. Let's get shovels in the ground. So I can't support this enough.
I thought for a minute you were saying I can't support this. Wait a minute. When did that happen? Okay, enough. Thank you for that. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock, and I really just wanted to, I really appreciated how much tonight our previous mayors that were here, the doctors that were here, and Mayor Ward, very invaluable information, and I really appreciated their comments here tonight. I just want to take a few minutes to sum up my thoughts on everything that we've heard tonight. And I've got some notes so I don't miss anything, but let me start by saying that I've been disappointed with the dialogue I've heard from the South regarding withholding, changing local share, adding conditions. And as that dialogue happens, I believe that the huge opportunity and investment for Huntsville is at risk. And despite assurances from Graydon Smith about the funding, I have concerns, especially if areas start reconsidering local share funding and adding conditions. I'm concerned that nothing will happen unless Huntsville and Bracebridge can work together, find common ground, and get these hospitals built. I'm concerned that if one town withholds their local share funding and decides to not close this deal, that they would deny Huntsville and other communities new healthcare and services. So the real risk in my mind is the real risk to the province's funding is the inability to put differences aside and move forward with a plan. That just can't happen. So I will continue to support the larger view like we've heard tonight and continue to support a change to our healthcare system, just as our doctors that were here tonight said, because as I see it, the current direction is unsustainable, just as we heard tonight. So I support the basic premise of the model with the understanding that without a doubt, there's still planning to be done and there will be changes long before we get shovels in the ground. And we've heard that also tonight. At the same time, I believe we need to look at the big picture here, and we have to find solutions that we can all accept and focus on getting the deal done before we jeopardize the province's commitment. So we have we also heard this tonight, but we have a remarkable opportunity here before us. And how often do you ever see a new hospital that is being built in this area? And the answer, quite frankly, is once in a lifetime. It really is a once in a lifetime opportunity that we have. So the plan has to continue to move forward. We have to find solutions and focus in a way that we can all win. And I will remain hopeful that we can improve healthcare here in Huntsville and in other communities. And I fully support this motion here tonight.
Thank you for that, Councillor Clark. Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just a few things. I realize this plan going forward is not going to hurt or help everybody. Some people aren't going to be happy with it. We heard that tonight. But we're all going to feel a little pain as we move forward. But in the long run, it's going to be good for all of Muskoka and the catchment area around us. So we need to move forward and support this motion.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say I actually can be very brief because so much of what I would like to have said was said by our guests tonight, and I support what was just said by councillors. And I look at this and I think that the motion that we have before us recognizes a number of those things. It's saying we support this model. We also, and have said in the past, that we support ongoing negotiations, which MOC has said that they will do and are doing, to close the gap. And it's not going to meet all of the different requirements that people are asking for. And so I think the comment was made last Monday, we all have to feel a little bit of pain. And that, in fact, is what is happening. But what we heard tonight is status quo doesn't work, won't work, it's not sustainable. And what we have before us is this incredible opportunity to enhance our healthcare services, not only in our immediate area, but the entire catchment area. And it brings better services to our community. I just think that this is such a great opportunity. And again, I'll go back to the speakers that were before us tonight, especially the doctors, who are really important, who said they can hardly wait for this to happen. It will enhance their work. And to hear a specialist like Dr. Harold, who knows palliative care like no one else in our community, to say the things that will be possible for all of us and everywhere in Muskoka is terribly exciting. And I am so supportive of this motion because I think it's important to express this to the people that are designing this model. They need to hear this. So I support this model. So, yes, Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, no, I totally support this model, as I've said before. I mean, travel is a thing that we have to do. I have to do it to travel to Aurelia for my healthcare needs at this point. It's not about the distance or whatever. For me, it's about what we can do within our communities and as Mayor Ward said, like the changing technology, I think is going to be the impacting piece here that will allow, and I mean, the idea that Bracebridge, we could have knee and hip surgeries as an opportunity down the road, right? That right now we have to travel to Barrie or Parry Sound to do. Those opportunities are going to be in front of us. And maybe, you know, everyone's saying if the models were flipped, we'd be, I guess I can sit there and say, if the models were flipped, I'd still support it because I have to 15 minutes either way. It doesn't really matter to me. But at the end of the day, that's just it. It's about healthcare for Muskoka. So, and who knows? They're going to consult, they're going to do stuff, and there may be changes. We're supporting this going forward because we want to see better healthcare for the whole area and north of us and everybody to create that opportunity. So that's why we're doing it. It's not about, oh, we need to, this model exactly is what we're going to get in Huntsville, because we're not. At the end of the day, we're not, right? And so the whole idea, though, is to move forward, and that's what I'm supporting. Is I've seen the changes in 40 years in Huntsville, let alone we're already starting behind the 8 ball. So let's get going.
Yep, I appreciate that. And again, you know, it's evolving. The model that comes out, as you just said, is probably not the one that will be submitted. And so let's move it forward. Are there any other comments? I don't see any. I know a number of us made comments earlier. So I will call the question. All those in favor? That, do you think you'd like to get your hand higher? Higher you? I think that's unanimous. Thank you all for that. All right. So I'm just flicking off my little things here. All right. Under new business, we had council discussion regarding the deputation from Kelly Haywood on Eclipse Light installation at River Mill Park. Was there a motion attached to that? Yes? Our clerk has one prepared, so why don't we put it up on the screen and then we can discuss it. Okay, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Whereas Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Association has provided a presentation requesting approval for the installation of a light canopy over the River Mill Park skating rink, and whereas the aspiration is to maintain the light canopy all year round, now therefore be it resolved that Council approves HMATA's initiative as presented in principle and directs staff to work with HMATA on finalizing of the agreement and the installation in 2024. Are there questions with respect to that? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Your Worship, but did they not mention that we'd be covering the cost of the hydro for the lights? Do we need that in the motion?
CAO Corey.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think the best place for that to be identified is in the agreement that they would be responsible for that, that we would be covering that cost. And then we'd have to report back because we have no way of knowing at this time what that would look like.
So the assumption is that you'll report back with the agreement.
So our delegate, through your worship, the delegation of authority bylaw actually gives the director of operations the ability to finalize that agreement. So if there's anything that's glaring that will be an issue, we would report back, but otherwise we'll just deal with it accordingly.
I looked over to our director of operations and he looks very enthusiastic. All right. Yes, Councillor Stone.
So I'm reluctant to have it there year round without seeing it in operational, what kind of feedback we're going to get from the public or the neighbors for that matter. I know it's in the motion and it says, you know, that the aspiration, I think was the word, the aspiration was to keep it year round. I don't know how to deal with this because I'm reluctant to pass it as it stands.
I completely actually understand because I think I asked the question that, or made a comment that maybe this is one of those things that we can determine 6 months in. right? If it makes sense. So I understand, and maybe if asking the clerk, by putting aspiration in, does that hold us to a 12-month commitment?
I believe if we allow Director Babineau to perhaps speak, I know that she had mentioned that they need to really review this with Kelly before anything actually occurs, and correct me if I'm wrong.
So do we actually need to make reference to the 12-month commitment at this point? Not to say that we wouldn't support it, it's just that there is an aspiration to do that. What we're being asked is, do we concur with the installation? I think, right? And is that really the question? And maybe that's what we need to address.
So, through you, Your Worship, I think this would be a collaborative investigation with our parks manager as well as our events manager through our SEAT program to make sure that we vet what might get long-term existence in the park. And so if I might be so bold to say and suggest that maybe the either HMATA or one of the staff team come back and report on the success or the feedback that we've received at 6 months or something, so that we could, I think, get direction from
I
council
think
at that
that
time.
makes a whole lot of sense, but tonight, the question before us, approving the installation going forward with that, in 6 months' time, just to your point, that we have a report back, how's it going?
Okay.
Is that good? I think, I think that, I kind of like that. It's supportive and we'll see about the full year. Councillor Renwick, your face has been,
A little puzzled look,
yes,
yeah.
a bit puzzled.
I guess my question is if it is year-round, which I'm not against it, I mean, Councillor Stone is questioning it, and as long as it doesn't interfere with other events that we're having down there, and I think that's to what Greg Pilling could look at and what Simone will certainly look at from an events point of view, but it's no different than the lights that we have on Town Hall that are there year-round. That add, I was there at Nuit Blanche on the weekend on Saturday, and so many people are looking and saying, wow, is this all, they thought this happened all year round. And I said, no, the lights are up there. So I'm not, that being said, I don't mind in 6 months if we come back and say, okay, there's an issue. And I think that's really what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But I'm not against having it there for a full year. So.
Thank you for that. And and ideally, I think I would like it year round too. And I think there's no harm though in saying in 6 months, bring it back and everything is so great, right? Because I think it's fantastic. I love it. So, Councillor Schumacher.
So 6 months after the winter, or I guess, because my point is Kelly said they could take it down at any point, so.
We're not suggesting that they take it down at the 6 months. We're
Okay.
just saying, come back. That's all. All right? I that's the way I would do it. So we're at this point tonight, we're the question before us, do we approve of the installation? Right? Okay. And staff report back on the initial after the winter show, specifically the light show. Okay, why don't I read that and see if that works? Yeah, so we do have an addition, and further that, staff report back on the initiative after the winter term, specifically if the light should remain year-round.
Granted, if I may, Your Worship, after the 6 months in the winter, there are no other events that are happening in the park. It's when the summertime comes when we have different events happening. So not much is going to change after that 6 months. So, but I agree we should still have a review.
It's just the report back.
That's right. Okay. That's
And we're
fine.
not saying at that 6 month part, take them out.
No.
We're just saying report back. And even if it's a report back, man, this is awesome. This has been brilliant. And wouldn't that be great to hear? So it's just, I think it's a placeholder, really. That's the way I see it. And all right. Yeah, good. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Yeah, I'm happy with the motion. I think it makes sense to have it come back and then we can decide. And and I know we won't know this answer, but I would like to know from HMATA, you know, what this project cost. Like I know nobody knows that right tonight, but I'd like to see that. I'd like to know what it cost and what HMAT is it? I didn't see it. Maybe I missed it.
I think it was only the
I
one.
thought it was in the report from the HMATA, like the one that Scott Morrison would have given us a report. There's something
Oh,
about.
was there something in there?
in the
Yeah, maybe
eclipse.
there was.
I think there
Actually,
was.
I think
yeah.
there was. It's
It's a lot of money.
It's
yeah,
a
and
lot
it-
of money.
Yeah.
I know that.
HMATA did take over the ownership of the lights from the Chamber of Commerce, and I believe it was over $300,000, or maybe even 500,000.
Yeah, it was a lot
Yeah.
of money.
So,
Okay, so I think we've exhausted this one, and oh, okay. I need a mover and a seconder for the proposed amendment, so I can count on Councillor Stone and Councillor Renwick. So there we go. So we're voting on the amendment. Okay, so I need to take back control of the meeting. So I am going to call the question on the proposed amendment, which is the clause with respect to bringing it back in 6 months. All those in favor? And that carries. So I'm going to call the question on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that carries too. Thank you. All right. I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the draft audited Town of Huntsville Trust Fund financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2023, as prepared by Pahapil and Associates, I never say that correctly, and Associates be received and approved. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. I have another motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the draft audited Town of Huntsville consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2023, as prepared by Pahapil and Associates be received and approved. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, and now we're going to a motion that has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, whereas the Township of Lake of Bay sent a letter to Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, on May 14th, 2024, noting the following. The Administrative Monetary Penalty System is an enforcement tool approved by the provincial government in August 2009 and was originally used for parking offences to free up court time and cost. A large number of municipalities have adopted an AMPS program and have applied AMPS to other municipal enforcement bylaws as a replacement to the standard Part 1 Provincial Offences Act, POA ticket system, as it provides the alleged offender with a flexible appeal system and the municipality the ability to apply unpaid penalties on to the property taxes. AMPS frees up valuable provincial offences court time, saving the province and the municipalities valuable resources and funds. AMPS was written into the Building Code Act in December of 2017, however, it has not received royal assent. AMPS has proven to be a valuable tool for education and enforcement of other municipal bylaws. On behalf of the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays, we ask that AMPS receive royal assent. In doing so, this would free up time for building officials to conduct their primary job, building inspections, instead of having to attend court normally a full day to hear an appeal to Part 1 ticket, at the same time providing the offender a more streamlined appeal system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Huntsville concurs with the letter sent to Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, by the Township of Lake of Bays, and directs staff to send same. Deputy Mayor Armour, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Worship. I think the motion really speaks to the whole thing. What it's going to do is speed up the whole process. Right now, as you see, you get a building official, applies a fine to someone, they have to go sit in a court all day just to have it remanded or pushed ahead. So this just is speeding up the process. We have it right now with AMPS for the short-term rentals. So it's just all part of that same system. It's just going to make the court system move quicker, it's going to make the people that are getting the AMPS against them feel better instead of the timelines and holding back building permits, etc. So it's a good thing all the way around. Absolutely.
Are there any questions regarding this? I think it is self-explanatory. It sounds good. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Armour. I have another motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Cloutier, whereas the state of healthcare in Ontario is in crisis, with 2.3 million Ontarians lacking access to a family doctor, emergency room closures across the province, patients being de-rostered, and 40% of family doctors considering retirement over the next 5 years. And whereas it has become increasingly challenging to attract and retain an adequate healthcare workforce throughout the health sector across Ontario. And whereas the Northern Ontario School of Medicine University says communities in Northern Ontario are short more than 350 physicians, including more than 200 family doctors, and half of the physicians working in Northern Ontario expected to retire in the next 5 years. And whereas Ontario municipal governments play an integral role in the healthcare system through responsibilities in public health, long-term care, paramedicine, and other investments. And whereas the percentage of family physicians practicing comprehensive family medicine has declined from 77 in 2008 to 65% in 2022. And whereas per capita healthcare spending in Ontario is the lowest of all provinces in Canada, and whereas a robust workforce developed through a provincial sector-wide health human resources strategy would significantly improve access to health services across the province. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Town of Huntsville urged the Province of Ontario to recognize the physician shortage in Town of Huntsville and Ontario, to fund healthcare appropriately, and ensure every Ontarian has access to physician care. So the mover here is Councillor Schumacher. Would you like to speak to this? I had understood Councillor Stone was going to speak to this, but either one. I know it's self-explanatory, and maybe that's just, it is self-explanatory. Another advocacy document that I think is absolutely worth supporting. But if either of you would like to add anything, I don't see that. Okay. No questions, no comments. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Pretty self-explanatory. There is an urgency to that one, for sure. Okay, so we do have another motion. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone, whereas I could ask Council if I have permission. It's on our screen. It was in our agenda package, and I can read the first paragraph and the rest will let scroll. So whereas under the Funeral, Burial, and Cremation Services Act 2002, when a cemetery is declared abandoned by a judge of the Superior Court Justice, the local municipality within whose geographic boundaries the land of the cemetery is located becomes the owner of the cemetery with all the rights and obligations in respect of the cemetery and the assets, trust funds, and trust accounts related to it that the previous owner or operator possessed. And with that, I'm going to ask Council to read the rest. It's on the screen, and the rest of the motion is identical to what it was in our Council package that was online. So I will give you time to read the rest. Okay, is that enough time for everybody? Are there any questions with respect to this? Councillor Fitzgerald, did you move the motion? Is there anything you wanted to add? Or is it self-explanatory?
It is self-explanatory. It's just it's exorbitant to all the municipalities that are, and it's happening at a greater rate than we anticipated previously. So we need some help.
Okay. I should say that the last paragraph was, and further that, and this resolution be circulated to the Honourable Todd McCarthy, Ministry of Public and Business Service Delivery, Jim Casamitis, BAO, CEO, Registrar, and MPP Graydon Smith. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you all. Oh boy, and we've got another one. Oh, today is all about other motions. Okay. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Whereas the Ministry of the Attorney General has announced a fire protection grant through the Transfer Payment Ontario system of $30 million to be administered over 3 years, with $10 million being allocated every year. Whereas applications have opened for the first round to be released in fall 2024 that targets cancer prevention and minor infrastructure modernization initiatives. And whereas each department can apply in 2024 for up to approximately $10,000 per municipal fire station, whereas the town's delegation of authority bylaw provides approval for staff to submit grant applications for identified projects on a capital plan, whereas the grant stipulates the funds are not to replace or offset a project that is already allocated on a capital plan and must be spent in 2024. And whereas staff will review the needs and determine whether to choose to enhance a 2024 budgeted capital expense or to submit for a new initiative not in the capital plan. Now therefore be it resolved that, notwithstanding the provisions within the delegation of authority bylaw regarding certain grants to only be submitted if in a capital plan, Council authorizes the treasurer or designate to submit a grant application for the 2024 Fire Protection Grant through the Transfer Payment Ontario system. Before I ask Council if there are any questions about this, I would ask why it is necessary for Council to approve this when it's a grant application. It all seems very good to me. So, and perhaps it's a very straight... CAO Corey, are you waiting to answer that one? Why not?
Thank you, Your Worship. So our current policy with respect to grant submission states that it has to exist in a capital plan or other said documents. I can't remember the exact wording. Perhaps I should have had Director McKenzie respond, but we were not permitted to apply for this grant outside of our current policy.
Maybe we need to change the policy because it seems so straightforward that, yes, it makes sense. Apply for grant funding, absolutely. But I know it was written in such a way that it was straightforward.
Yeah, and
So, I know.
if I may, Your Worship, it is very unique with respect to this one. It really is a very good practice to have a policy that states you should apply for grants for things that are already in your plan.
Yeah.
So
I know.
it's just very unique.
I know. I was just questioning that in a way. It just makes sense. So council approval seems a bit superfluous, but there you go.
I was
Councillor-
going to
Councillor
say that
Schumacher.
my understanding was in a lot of cases we had to have council approval in order to apply for grants sometimes, that there had
I know.
to be.
So, and that's
yeah.
all I'm questioning. So it just makes sense to be applying for grants. So I'm going down a rabbit hole. My apologies. So it was really clear. Are there any other questions about this? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Big, unanimous. There we go. So onward and upward. All right, moving along. Under general information, we had just some information on an AMO document regarding homeless encampments in Ontario, a municipal perspective, and there was a link in our agenda for review. It's just a very interesting report. And we had council correspondence from June 15th to July 12th. And we also have our regular item under general information, which is our District of Muskoka update. And so we will start with Councillor Armour. Is there anything to report from Engineering and Public Works?
No, thank you, Worship. A few things. We had a few budget amendments made, some projects that came in underfunded, some came overfunded, so it all worked out even at the end. I think the biggest thing was our solid waste service level changes for 2025 budget report. So it was approved unanimously to approve the Clear Bags garbage program. So what they're going to be starting is a communication strategy right now, so everyone's aware it's coming. And as of March 2025, we're going to switch to Clear Bags. There will be a grace period up to 6 to 8 weeks where you'll still be able to put your green bags out. They will still accept green bags at your landfill site until the end of 2025. So you can take them there still for free. But after in the beginning of 2026, you'll have to pay for every green bag you drop off at the garbage at the landfill site or transfer site. But that's probably the biggest thing that really came out of that was we're moving forward with with clear bags, but lots of information to come on that yet.
And what was the date for implementation of that?
March 2025.
March 2025. And I'm assuming there was a lot of discussion.
It was good discussion. We probably well over an hour, but we're also dealing with transfer sites and bin sites over in Georgian Bay area. So there's a huge strategy coming through. The whole thing is to try and divert organics and hazardous waste from our landfill sites, because our cells are filling up quickly and we need to plan for the future. So that's the biggest thing going forward. I know it's going to be a lot of change for a lot of people, and I think I know some people were concerned about the garbage man or neighbors looking in their garbage. You will be allowed to put a small white garbage bag within the clear bag that could have like the size of a grocery bag, for example. Or you take the clear bag and you put it in your garbage can, and they'll just pick the garbage can up and dump it in the truck. So I think those concerns should be addressed. But anyhow, there'll be lots of information coming out over the next few months for sure.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Armour. I know there was a lot of... Yes, you have a question, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to Deputy Mayor Armour, was it a unanimous vote? And what was it
It was
Record?
unanimous at EPW. It will come to council next month.
Right, yeah. I'm 100% in favor of it. I have no question that this is a really good thing for our community and just to move forward. It's going to be a real challenge, but I'm glad that you voted for it. So it still has to come to district, though.
Right.
Yeah.
And they are working with, I think, a few garbage bag companies to move ahead to clear bags, and they're talking about also about giving out clear bags free to everybody for the first little bit while we transition.
That'd be good. All right, I don't see any other questions on that. So I don't have my glasses on, so anyway. All right. So Councillor Stone, we're moving to Health Services Committee.
All right, I'll be quick. We had YWCA come and talk to us about gender-based violence, and it was sad and important work they're doing. They asked for $20,000, so we sent that back to staff to evaluate where that money might come from. Just as former Mayor Dowdy said earlier tonight, the example of Georgian Bay residents going to Minden Hospital. For those watching, when we were talking about district monies for the local share, that conversation came up from people like Georgian Bay that said, we don't use this hospital. Are we going to fund it? So the conversation at the district table was, we are also going to be funding healthcare facilities outside of Muskoka in order to serve those people in Muskoka that use those services. So there was a big staff report that came, which is public. You can look at that at the district. We had a few questions and some tweaks, so we sent it back to staff to bring it back once again. So that wasn't resolved. We awarded funding for a new paramedic response unit vehicle. And in closed session, we awarded yet another contract for the completion of Fairburn. So.
Are there any, thank you for that. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, and thanks for that. At CAPS, at Community and Planning Services Committee, one of the items I did want to mention is committee approved the allocation of $850,000 over 3 years beginning in 2025 to go towards Georgian College. And what it's for is building skilled trades capacity building at the Georgian College campus in Bracebridge. And I don't expect everybody to remember that as far as the big move, as far as housing at district, there was an allocation over 5 years of $30 million. And of that $30 million, $2 million was to go towards capacity building and building our trades to be building more houses in our community. So Georgian College made that presentation. They had asked for up to $1 million over 3 years. And in fact, we did support 875,000. We amended it to include an additional 25,000. And it's very exciting. Again, it's only at committee. It has to be approved by council, but I think it will be. It will be a very worthwhile investment in our local population to build up our trades. So that's exciting. And at council, the thing that I wanted to mention, there are two things we approved. Our representatives on the new OPP detachment boards. So the names were listed. There are two boards, one for South Muskoka and the other one for North Muskoka. And so I sit on the one for North Muskoka. But the item that really we spent most of the time at District Council was included in our supplementary agenda, not included in our main agenda. And that was what we talked about earlier, which was a motion to have District Council approve the final design of the Muskoka-Algonquin healthcare model. And so that motion was amended quite substantially, and it still maintains an approval requirement, which will be on the resolution that will be coming back to District Council at its October meeting. And it also it includes further negotiation and discussions that involve our district chair in the ongoing consultations. So that motion it did not pass unanimously because the 4 Huntsville representatives voted against it, and the reason being that we couldn't support a motion coming forward from MOC that requires approval of their final proposal. And I think we heard all of the reasons for that tonight. So that's my update. Any questions around that? Seeing none? Okay. So we do not have an update on the Finance and Corporate Services Committee because Councillor Morrison is away. With that, we go to 13.4, and we do have one flag raising, which is in September. It is for the Terry Fox Run, September 9th at 11 a.m. In Civic Square. And the reason why we're announcing the September date is obviously because we don't have a council meeting in August. So that is that. We are moving to events and updates under 13.5. Are there any events or updates that council would like to? Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Just to say that we did have a flag raising today as well
Yes,
for the
we
Muskoka
did.
Pride. So that was
Thank you.
good turnout this morning. It's great.
Thank you for mentioning that. I slipped. Councillor Schumacher.
It's a past one, but the firefighters in Port Sydney area had their annual pancake breakfast, well attended. They actually have coffee that they were selling too as a fundraiser that was made specifically for them. And Randy Nixon brought the old fire truck over, which was kind of cool for the community to see. So it was a good.
In which you showed pictures of
It's which
earlier.
I
That
showed
was
pictures
very
of
cool.
yes.
All right, thank you for that. Any other updates? I don't see any. So we are going to move right along, Councillor Schumacher. Sorry. I know there are so many things, and I'm probably going to kick myself for not remembering something. But I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public commencing now at 8:42 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters under Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, subsection 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, 14.1.1, confidential report development -2024-75, Development Services Division, 14.1.2, confidential report development 2024-76, Development Services Division, and subsections 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, 2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and 2F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Under that, 14.2.1 confidential report development 2024-77 by law enforcement matter. Questions? Oh, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Did you want to go into break before we ask the closed
Can
question?
we do that after I've read the
You
motion?
haven't called the question.
I haven't called the question. Break. Would everybody like a break? Like a 10-minute break? Quick. All right, so we need a 10-minute break, and the clerk we haven't called the question. So we haven't called the question. Are we allowed to do that? Just go. All right, we're 10-minute break. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. We've now had finished our break. And I actually have to reread the motion that I read before we were going into break. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public commencing now at 8:54 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters under Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001. Don't. So the clerk has given me permission not to read the rest of the motion as I did previously because it is on our screen and it is exactly the same motion that I read 10 minutes ago. So with that, are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? So welcome back, everybody who might be watching council. We do have business arising from closed session with respect to confidential report development 2024-75. Council met in closed session to discuss a personnel matter within the Development Services Division. Staff were provided direction. With that, I have another motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the recommendation as contained within confidential report development 2024-75 Development Services Department be adopted. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the building customer service representative contract position be extended for an additional 1 year, and further that the costs associated with the extension of this position be funded as follows. A, remainder of 2024 any overage in the SWB line to be allocated from the Building Department Stabilization Reserve. B, 2025 to be taken from the Building Department Stabilization Reserve. Any questions? All those in favor? And that carries. And we have another business arising from closed session, confidential report, Development 2024-77. Council met in closed session to discuss a bylaw enforcement matter. Staff were provided direction. I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained within confidential report, Development 2024-77 bylaw enforcement matter be approved. All those in favor? And that carries. I have another motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2024-89 be received and passed this 22nd day of July 2024. All those in favor? And that carries. Another motion, I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Cluche. Be it resolved, we do now adjourn at 9:48 p.m. All those in favor? And that one carries.